Great, so we will move now on to the regular docket. So those of you who are here just listening to the general meeting, please note that there was no participation. It was just a regular deliberation for 2 hearings that were held over and previously held over. All board members received all formal documents submitted by both sides prior to making their decision. So now we're going to start the regular meeting portion of the docket. My name is Katie Byrne. I'm the acting executive director of the BMZA. This is the BMZA zoning docket for November 30th. I just want to go through a little bit of WebEx protocol right now. If you've signed on via the internet, you are an attendee. So what that means is that you don't have any control over your mute or your camera. So if you look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see potentially a microphone button, some other buttons, a chat feature, 3 buttons with more options. You should be able to see the board and myself on your screen in front of you. When your case is called, I will make you a panelist and unmute you. If your camera is functional, you can turn your camera on at that time and we'll be able to see you. Any attendee who calls in and wishes to testify will hear 2 beeps when they are unmuted. After you hear those 2 beeps, if you wish to speak on the issue, please speak up right away. If not, I'll move on to the next caller. Attendees who call in and wish to testify, oh, I already read that part, sorry. If you're unable to connect via audio, please use the chat feature. If you are inaudible, we're going to ask you to call back. All right, 2 ways to testify in support or opposition of a matter. What you can do is there's a raise your hand function. So when the case is called and you wish to testify, you can use the raise your hand function. You can also put in the chat that you wish to testify. If you're using that chat function, please state whether you wish to testify in support or in opposition. Now, the order of testimony for matters goes as follows. First, the applicant, then testimony in support, then testimony in opposition, and then the applicant gets the last word and testimony closes. So anyone speaking on any matter before this board is deemed to be testifying under oath and required to speak the whole truth and nothing but the truth. If you have any issues with WebEx, please call our office at 410-396-4301 and someone should be able to help you. Another note, please do not use the Q&A. I'm only monitoring the chat. It's really difficult to monitor both. So if you have any issues or questions, if you want to testify in support or opposition, please use the chat feature. All right. Another note, as the board goes through the docket, matters may not be called in the order in which they appear. So please stay tight and the chair will get to your case. All right, so at this point, I will turn it over to Mr. Fields.
Katie?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, could you identify those matters that are postponed today?
Oh, absolutely.
Don't have those written down.
So we have 3 matters that are postponed on today's docket. The first one is 2021-227-701 South Curly. So that matter is postponed. So anybody who's here for that matter, that will be rescheduled. We do not have a new date yet. So please be alert for the sign change on that one. 2021-229. 1735 Holland Street. The applicant has also asked to postpone that matter. We also do not have a new date for that one either. So please keep your eyes on the sign. And the last one for postpone, 2021-265 3400 Powhatan Avenue. That one also has been postponed and we do not have a new date for that one either.
Do we have any consent items?
We do.
Yeah, I'm sorry, give me that last one that's postponed, if you don't mind.
Sure, it's 2021-265 3400 Powhatan. And if you want, I'll run through the consents. We can run through the whole docket right now.
Yeah.
All right, so if we're starting at the top of the docket, the first one, 2020-105 3306 Liberty Heights Avenue, that is regular docket. Next one, 2021-157 2663 Lehman Street, that is consent docket. 2021-172, 5905 Simmons Avenue, that is consent docket. 2021-192, 4911 Arabia Avenue, that is regular docket. 2021-211, 2426 Pennsylvania Avenue, that is consent docket. 2021-213, 4001 Falls Road, that is regular docket. 2021-217, 101-103 East 25th Street, that is regular docket. 2021-223, 3602 West Rogers Avenue, that is regular docket. Yeah,
What was 2021-216?
216 is not.
I don't have 216 on the docket. 217
I
is
don't.
regular.
Maybe that's what it's supposed to be. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Is that 101?
That 101-103 East 25th Street,
That is what?
that's 2021.
You said you had 2016, I mean 216.
217. Yeah, that's right. The, that's 2017 is regular docket. All right, 2023, 3602 West Rogers Avenue is regular docket. And then we've got the two postponements. So the next one is 2021-232, 2230 Aiken Street, regular docket. Oh, wait, that one's been postponed.
Which one?
Aiken, 2230 Aiken Street, 2021-232. That one has been postponed. Oh, I just got an email right when we started the docket. I apologize. Let me just double check. Yes, this one has been postponed. So again, if you are here for 2021-232, 2230 Aiken Street, this matter has been postponed.
I don't have that one on my agenda either.
You don't?
Nope.
All right. I'm sorry about that, Bill. 2021-258, 5 North Decker Avenue, that is consent. 2021-259, 2927 Hudson, that is consent. 2021-260, 3678 Falls Road, that is consent. 2021-261, 1501 East Pratt Street, that is consent. 2021-262, 221 South Eden Street, that is consent. 2021-263, 1901 Riggs Avenue, that is regular docket. 2021-264, 3720 Hickory Avenue, that is consent. And then 2021-265 Powhatan, that's postponed. 2021-266, 3402 Springdale is regular. And then the last one, 2021-271, 2703, 2709 Foster Avenue is consent.
Hey, Katie, if I may,
Yep.
going back to the, it shows is 2021-216 on my docket. Is that,
What's-
and you said we had a 217. Is
Number
that
17.
is that 16-22 Fayette Street?
No, no, that one, the 2016 is off the docket.
All right.
So your 2021-217 is 101-103 East 25th Street. I'm sorry, Bill, you must have gotten an older version.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, so you got
Thank you.
all of them? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, so that's the docket.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, so we'll get started. A few more housekeeping details. We will endeavor to deliberate and rule on your case at the end of, at the conclusion of the docket, unless for some reason we need additional information, or typically that's the reason. We'll need additional information or additional documentation that you wish to provide for the record before we make our decision. or as it happens more recently, that parties wish to discuss, the applicant and the opposition, to the extent there is any, wish to discuss further to see if they can reach an accommodation. But in any event, you should receive your ruling or decision in the mail within 30 days, where you can certainly call the BMTA office following today's hearing at 410-396-4301 to get a status or a resolution if one has been reached. We ask that you don't proceed with your project until you receive that decision, and certainly don't do any work within Baltimore City without pulling the proper permits. We do have a number of consent cases on the docket, and those cases are matters in which the board believes it has sufficient information to approve the appeal. And so the procedure for those cases will be to call the case number, hear from the staff and planning as to whatever reports they have, and inquire of the applicant if they have anything they'd like to add to the record before we resolve the case, which will be an approval for all intents and purposes. On those matters for which we do have opposition, don't know as I sit here, the extent of the opposition on some of these, but if there's a lot, a principle that we try to abide by is to not have repetitive testimony. If you're on the call and you wish to testify on a matter, but you've heard the basis of your opposition being put forth by someone else who also opposes the matter, we ask that you not come on just to repeat that testimony, because we're taking down those reasons and bases for the opposition, and don't need to have that repeated. So with that, we'll go ahead and commence.
Looks like we have one change to the docket.
Okay, sure.
A change, I just received something in the chat that there is someone here in opposition for our last matter on Foster, 2703, 2709 Foster Avenue, case number 2021-271. So that will be regular docket now. It's the first we've heard of any opposition.
Okay. All right. Well, we will go ahead and take up the consent cases first. And again, it's a long list of them. We'll start with case number 2021-157, 2663 Lehman Street. The appellant is Natasha Ann Hunter. And this is a request to use the first floor as a carry-out restaurant and outdoor dining. And I'll hear any reports we have from staff and planning.
Thank you. Martin French for the Baltimore City Planning Department. Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that this is a request to use the property for a carry-out food shop and a restaurant. The department notes that there is a record of previous commercial or non-residential use of a portion of this property, but also notes that a carry-out food shop is not a category of use permitted under the neighborhood commercial establishment provisions of the zoning code, and therefore is not approvable. The department recommends disapproval of the portion of the application related to the carry-out food shop because that previous use has been discontinued or abandoned and cannot be reestablished under the zoning code. Thank you.
I had this as consent. Am I wrong?
It is.
Okay.
The reason why it is consent is the board can approve a restaurant. The site plan that was submitted by the applicant shows tables and chairs. The board can approve the restaurant, but cannot approve the carry-out food shop.
Carry-out,
So
got it.
it's generally, we have a vision of a restaurant, we have a vision of a carry-out food shop. There are restaurants where you can get to go, right? So that's the distinction. I've missed Hunter on the here. I'm making her a panelist. I tried to leave a message for Miss Hunter yesterday to explain that. So Miss Hunter, you are now unmuted and you're a panelist. So just so you understand what I just said and what Mr. French said is the board has the authority to approve your use as a restaurant, but not as a carry-out food shop.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that what you want?
Yes, ma'am. I would like a restaurant with outside dining, if possible. Inside and outside dining.
Is there any particular, can we approve the outdoor dining as well?
I'm going to defer to Mr. French on that. Sorry to throw you under the bus there, Mark. I didn't see outdoor dining on the application, so I haven't looked at that yet. I think outdoor dining, I think you can have outdoor dining, but you have to apply for a permit separately. Because there's right-of-way
Yeah.
permits, but I defer to Mr. French as to whether the board can actually grant your outdoor dining.
I believe the board has authorized outdoor dining for restaurants as neighborhood commercial establishments. Of course, in this case, because of the property boundaries, the outdoor dining area is going to be in the public right-of-way, I suspect, either beside the building or in front of the building. And the applicant should give you that information.
Yes, sir.
Right, so the board does have the authority to grant outdoor dining, but that doesn't mean that you still have to get approval from the required city agencies to actually put your tables out there.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So with that, the board, is there anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Hunter, at this point?
I just believe that this restaurant will be a great uplift for this neighborhood. Since I've been here and trying to uplift, I have been uplifting it. The neighbors are in compliance with me being here. They're very welcoming. They said they haven't had anything like this in years. I'm just looking to uplift this community with hopes I can be a community leader in this area in Mill Hill.
All right. Very well, thank you. The board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal for use of the premises as a restaurant with outdoor dining, of course, premised on you getting the proper permits for the outdoor dining. All right?
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, case number 2021-172, 5905 Simmons Avenue. The appellant is Ira Novograd. This appeal involves variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a two-story basement and first floor rear addition. Now, here are the reports we have from planning and staff.
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
The request is to construct a two-story rear addition in an R1 district. The variances required are minimum rear yard setback variance, 30 feet is required, 19.5 feet is proposed, so it's a 10.5-foot variance to rear yard setback. Maximum lot area coverage variance, 2,242 square foot maximum, 2,314 proposed, so it's a 72 square foot variance. And I have Nate Prettle here on behalf of the applicant, and we also have we had letters of support from Councilman Schleifer as well on this application.
Good afternoon, Mr. Prettle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is pretty straightforward. I'd like to thank Councilman Schleifer for his support, and be happy to answer any other questions. Otherwise, thank you for your time, and we look forward to improving the property.
Very well. The board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thanks so much. Right.
And okay, all right.
Okay. We good? Let's move on. All right. Case number 2021-211, 2426 Pennsylvania Avenue. The appellant is AB Associates. This appeal seeks to replace an existing sign with a new marquee sign. Now, here are any reports we have. Planning or staff.
Thank you. Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that this particular property, the Arch Social Club, has been designated an historic landmark structure. And therefore, as one of the conditions of approval, the board must approve only the design that has been approved by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. However, there is an issue with this, and that is that the current zoning code and the design approved by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation have certain discrepancies. The department is recommending that approval of this application be subject to the condition that a City Council Bill number 21-0113 be enacted to amend the sign code to allow the awning or canopy signs to include electronic signs or electronic sign components in order to allow the applicant's proposal to go forward. And that further, the proposed electronic marquee sign is installed and maintained in accordance with plans approved by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. The department notes that this approval was actually granted by CHAP on September the 8th of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French.
So Al Berry is here, I believe, on behalf of the applicant. I don't see him in the attendees right now, but he might be in as a call-in user. So when this application first came in, it was for a marquee for the Historic Arch Social Club, as Mr. French said. And it was 2 signs, both electronic in nature. So what Mr. Berry is going to be doing is amending his application on the record to reflect 1 sign, and they need a variance to the size. The way the law currently reads is the board does not have the authority to vary the number of signs nor grant the electronic sign request at this time. There is a bill pending. I'm not exactly sure where it is in the process. But what is before the board, so based on the amendment to the application Mr. Berry will be making, is a maximum sign area variance. So 6 foot square feet max, 40.5 square feet is proposed. So it's a 34.5 square foot variance request. And again, this is for the Arch Social Club. So it's called a projecting wall sign, but it's going to function like a marquee for a theater. So if you have that visual. So let me see. I've got Nate is still here as a panelist, just in case I can't find Mr. Berry. Let me see if I can find Mr. Berry. Don't see him in the call-in users, and I don't see. So Al, if you're here, if you would raise your hand, maybe. But in the meantime, I'll move forward with Mr. Prettle. Mr. Prettle, you're unmuted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Prettle. Welcome back.
Thank you.
What would you like to add to this application, if anything, at this time?
Sure. So there has been, well, first of all, again, I'd like to thank the board for their time. And this is a very exciting, important project that both Al Berry and myself have been involved in over the past year, starting with a rezoning bill and working with several of the local elected officials and community members. And yeah, I have not been privy to all of the very recent discussions, but
I've got Al too. So Al, Nate was talking as well. So he just started the narrative because I couldn't find you in the call-in users, and I just found you. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Sorry,
So
go ahead, Al.
It's
you're both unmuted. Have at it.
Okay. So thank you. Let me explain to the board that when we started this sign approval process, we got caught up in a number of issues relating to the zoning code. And as was explained, there's been a city council bill that was originally introduced under the old council and wasn't approved by the council before they adjourned. So a new bill has been reintroduced that would allow the electronics on this sign. We were sent to the board by the zoning administrator because of the size of the marquee in addition to the signs itself. We reduced the electronic signs into the maximum square footage, but we're only allowed 1 as opposed to 2. So we'll have to come back when that new bill passes. We hope this next year, early next year. So we appreciate if the board can approve the design of the marquee and the size of the marquee, which has been approved by CHAP, as Mr. French stated, and I'll answer any questions. You'll see us back depending on how the city council addresses this next year.
Okay. Well, I think, Mr. Berry, we probably don't have any questions for you, as long as we understand that this is a slightly more limited, in light of what the code says, request that we can approve and have done so. So the portions that you're seeking, we have placed on the consent docket. So with your explanation, I can tell you that the board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. And we'll probably see you back. Certainly.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to case number 2021-258, 5 North Decker Avenue. Timothy Charles Blue is the appellant. And this appeal seeks variance to bulk regulations to use as a single-family dwelling with 3 rooming units. Now, here are any reports we may have.
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you,
There are
Mr.
three issues before the board on this matter. The first is a conditional use rooming house, 10 or fewer units. The next is a minimum lot area variance, 1,125 square feet is required, 852 is proposed. So it's a 273 square foot variance request for lot area. Variance to off-street parking requirement, 1 space is required, 0 are proposed, so it's a 1 space variance. The last authorized use for this property is as a single family dwelling. The request is rooming house with 3 units. So I have Mr. Glue, I'll make him a panelist. Mr. Glue, you're unmuted, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Glue. Is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time, sir?
Honestly, nothing at this time other than the parking thing I wasn't exactly aware of. It is free street parking on this North Decker Ave. And it is an owner-occupied unit as well. I myself live at the house.
Mhm.
Just to clarify. Other than that, that's it.
Okay. Well, you are on the consent docket, and so the board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you. All right, good luck to you, sir. Okay, case number 2021-259, 2927 Hudson Street. The appellant is Nethric. Bear with me. Putipino. Okay, this is a request to use the first floor of the front of the premises as a juicer bar and to use the first floor rear and upstairs as a single-family dwelling. Now, here are the reports we've asked.
Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that this property does qualify for neighborhood commercial establishment use, and recommends approval of this application. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. French.
So this is, as Mr. French stated, use the first floor, commercial establishment, retail goods, no alcoholic beverage. Second floor, single family dwelling in R8, conditional use neighborhood commercial establishments. DHCD records indicate that the property has been used for non-residential use in the past for retail store, offices, and grocery store on the first floor. So I see the applicant. I'll make them a panelist. And Nathrak, I'm sorry, we're completely butchering your name, but you are unmuted.
And Mr. James say my name correctly, so
There you go.
we'll go to that. So yes, first of all, like our family own a juice bar, couple blocks away, and we just happened to get this property, and we checking it out, and it already had a separate unit for the front room and the rest of the house. So we think that if possible, we would like to move a shop here so we don't have to pay rent. So that's why we sent in the case, and hopefully we get approved.
Well, this is your lucky day, sir. Not without your efforts, but the board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal and look forward to welcoming you and your business at that location. So
Thank you very much.
you're welcome, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All righty. Okay, case number 2021-260, 3678 Falls Road. Neil Smith is the appellant. This is a request to use a portion of the premises lower level of the front building as a cafe. And I'll hear any reports from planning and staff.
Thank you. Planning Department has reviewed this application. As was the case with the previous application, this building qualifies for neighborhood commercial establishment use. The department is recommending approval of this application. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Hello?
I was muted. Hold on one second, Mr. Smith. So the application is to continue to use neighborhood commercial establishment DHCD records indicate that the property has been used for non-residential use in the past, such as a retail store, offices, and a grocery store. So as Mr. Smith, you are the applicant, you are unmuted.
Yes, thank you guys for seeing me in this meeting, and I thank you if to get it approved. And I'm just asking, can this be approved so I can bring something new to Hamden, as far as a cafe importing Jamaican Blue Mountain Peak coffee, and give something new to Hamden. And I thank you guys.
Oh, wonderful. So I was going to ask you, Mr. Smith, if you had anything to add, and I'll take that as a yes, as what you just added, and happy to tell you that the board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Look forward to having you.
Mm-hmm. You have a great day.
Well, you do the same, sir.
Mhm.
Okay. Case number 2021-261, 1501 East Pratt Street. The appellant is Perkins Homes 2A LLC.
We might want to take the two together, both.
Okay, got it.
261, 221, 262, both are Perkins Homes.
Got it.
So
let me call fully 262. In addition to case number 2021-261, which is 1501 East Pratt Street, we also have 2021-262, which is 221 South Eden. Again, Perkins Homes 2A LLC is the appellant for both. And as to 261, the appeal seeks a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a new 4-story multifamily dwelling on the portion known as 1500 Claremont Street that will consist of 67 dwelling units for affordable housing. And as to 262 on South Eden, the appeal seeks a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a new 4-story multifamily that will consist of 89 dwelling units, also for affordable housing. Now here reports we have from planning and staff.
Thank you. The Planning Department has been working with the applicant for quite a while now. This is the redevelopment of the Perkins Homes site. And the department has noted that both of these sites have gone through site plan review committee approval and urban design and architectural advisory panel review and approval, and is recommending approval of both applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friend.
Specifically, the variances requested for 2021-261, maximum front yard setback variance, 5 feet is the maximum provided, 6 feet is proposed, so it would be a 1-foot variance request. Minimum rear yard setback variance, 20 feet is required, 8 feet 4 inches proposed, so it would be an 11-foot 8-inch variance. For 2021-262, identical variances requested. So front yard setback, it's a 1-foot variance requested. Rear yard setback, 11 feet 8-inch variance requested. And I've got Kevin Anderson here for the applicant. Mr. Anderson, I've unmuted you.
Hi, thank you very much for hearing our case. I'm just here to answer any questions you may have. These projects are part of the Perkins Homes redevelopment project, and they're catty-cornered to each other. So we're just looking for a few setback variances.
Okay, great. Excited to hear about this project, Mr. Smith. I don't believe the board has any questions of you, but happy to tell you that the board, having heard your appeal, we believe you have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Congratulations to you and good luck in your completion. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. Moving on to case number 2021-264, 3720 Hickory Avenue. Adam Carvalho is the appellant, and this appeal seeks a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a 1-story side addition and deck. And I'll hear any reports we have from planning and staff.
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
The requested variances are 1, minimum front yard setback variance, 20 feet is required, 0 is proposed, so it's a full 20-foot variance to the front yard. Minimum side yard setback, 15 feet is required, 0 is proposed, so it's a full 15-foot variance. Maximum lot coverage, 80% max, 100% is proposed, so it's the full 20% variance requested. I've got Adam Carvalho here. I also had someone in the chat who said they wish to testify in support. Justin Brody comment as well. So when the time comes, I can unmute them.
Okay.
So Mr. Carvalho, you're unmuted.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for allowing me to present. I don't really have a lot further to add. This property had a structure on the, but there's an existing structure on the side yard. We're proposing to put a one-story addition with a deck on the above. This board approved a variance to this effect back in 2003, 2004 for a similar use, but it was never constructed. Previous to that, there was a structure there that was demoed. So this would just sort of return this to the original construction. Don't really have any more to add than that.
Very well. Thank you for that additional information, Mr. Carvalho. The board, having heard your appeal, we believe you have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Great day.
I would like to say something really quick, if it's okay.
Sure.
I'm a neighbor, and while I support the building and everything that's going on, I just wanted to bring up that the AC unit has been making a lot of noise for the 7 years that I've lived here. So I would like to hope that they would update it. But I support the building and I support all of it. But that's all.
I'll relay that message to the new owner of the property.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for your time and help.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your addition. All right. We're going to move on to the regular docket, it looks like. That's all the consents. Am I right, Katie?
Yes.
Okay.
I definitely need a little break before we go on
Sure.
to the regular docket. Yeah.
Likewise. 5-7 minutes.
Can you give me 10? Just so
Absolutely.
I can get everything situated? Okay.
All right, we'll pick up with the regular docket. And we'll start with right at the top, case number 2020-105, 3306 Liberty Heights Avenue. The appellant is Hasbuna Allahu Islamic Center. And the appeal seeks to use the premises as a worship and cultural center for up to 55 persons. Here in the reports we have from planning and staff.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this original application. The Planning Department wishes to note that following the original application, a revised application was submitted to use the property for a worship and cultural center for up to 47 persons. The applicant was also encouraged to prepare a parking lot plan to accommodate as much as possible the parking requirement for up to 47 persons. This property is located in the Ashburton Historic District, and therefore any exterior alterations to the building or the grounds must be approved by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. And that would include the parking area and any related landscaping that's required around it.
Thanks.
Therefore, the department is recommending that approval of this application be subject to the condition that all exterior changes, including additions, demolitions, alterations, and landscaping or related improvements, are completed in accordance with an authorization to proceed issued by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French.
So there are 4 issues related to the application. So the board needs to approve 2 specific conditional uses. 1, as a place of worship, and 2, as a cultural use as a cultural facility. There is a minimum lot area variance. 20,000 square feet is required. 9,100 square feet is proposed. So it's a 10,900 square foot lot area variance. Variance to off-street parking, 12 spaces is required, 5 spaces are proposed, so it would be a variance to 7 parking spaces. We received a letter of support from former Councilman Leon Pinkett, but we've received letters and oppositions from at least 20 community residents citing parking as a chief concern. One letter alleges the appellant has acted in bad faith. We also have a letter of opposition from Councilwoman Sharon Middleton Sharon Green Middleton. Sorry, couldn't get that out. The issues essentially are, it's, again, the variances, and if a conditional use is granted, places of worship must conform to section 14332 of the zoning code. The last authorized use for this property was as a multifamily dwelling, 2 dwelling uses, which was non-conforming in an R1. So at this point, I would ask that if you are here for 3306 Liberty Heights Avenue, to please raise your hand or put in the chat that this is what you're here for. I guess maybe Mr. Burgunder. I'm gonna make you a panelist. Mr. Burgunder, are you here for this application, sir?
Yes,
Okay, excellent.
and my client is either on the phone or on the video, Mr. Ibrahim Arrow Rowan.
Okay, let me see if I
see
can find him as
I
well.
can tell you if it's on the call.
I see Mr. Ibrahim. I'll make him a panelist as well.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Ibrahim, you are unmuted, sir. So we've got both Mr. Burgunder and Mr. Ibrahim Arawan, right?
Correct. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you for being here, sir. You can go ahead with your presentation, but we certainly would like to know, why such a large, 10,000 square foot variance for the project. So if you explain that, that would be very helpful.
I could just sort of preliminarily sort of introduce the project.
Sure.
Maybe try to provide a little context to this, and if I may do so by sharing my screen.
Certainly, I will pass you the ball.
Thank you. Second. And is that working?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Excellent, thank you. So again, my name is Herbert Burgunder. I am the lawyer representing the Hasbuna, which is the mosque that is looking to utilize this property as a mosque and as a cultural center. Their use is very specific. So while there are not many mosques in Baltimore City, and there are certainly plenty of churches in Baltimore City, the folks who pray at the mosque practice Islam and go to a mosque. And then this mosque is specifically for those with Nigerian heritage. And Mr. Ibrahim will address some of the very specifics as it relates to the specific community that he seeks to serve. But if you can see, this is a conversion of an existing residence. It was used for many years as 2 residences, which was a non-conforming use in this district, but it's a use of this particular residence. So it's not an extension or expansion of the building. It's to utilize the existing structure, which is in this neighborhood a very large single-family house, which is not necessarily quite useful as a single-family house, but could be used for this very small mosque and cultural center. And you will see that the existing site conditions are going to remain, which is that there's a 2-car garage, 3 parking spaces. We're not planning to tear anything down or put any additions onto the existing structure. And it would be an adaptive reuse of this project to bring it back into productive use as something that would have minimal impact on the neighbors and make it so that the house is kept up in good shape and is a contributing factor in a positive way to the neighborhood. The proposed interior use of the property as follows. Here on the left-hand side, there is obviously a porch as you enter. There's an entry. There's a place for people to remove their shoes for prayer, as is in keeping with the use of the property as a mosque. The prayer hall itself is just 329 square feet, so it's a relatively small prayer hall. There is the ritual washing, spiritual washing area, which is sinks for washing of the hands and feet prior to prayer. There is a study area and an area for the leader of the services here in the back, and then an office and storage space, and an office off to the side on an existing portion of the facility. The second floor of the building includes bathrooms, an office for use for the mosque, a study area, and then a library and history center, cultural center. Again, this property is the congregants, so to speak, the people who would come to the mosque are of mostly Nigerian descent and would be able to use resources that were there, books, library, meetings and other facilities for cultural purposes, not necessarily just for prayer purposes. The property is in Liberty Heights. It is here as shown on the map that is on the screen. It is in a block of similarly situated single-family houses. It is the building itself does take up a large portion of the property. There's not a lot of room to add additional parking spaces to the property without tearing down a portion of the building, and thus the practical difficulty and unreasonable hardship associated with an adaptive reuse of the property. This is a front picture of the property from the street view. This is the building itself. If you can see where my mouse is. And this is what the building will look like and continue to look like. There's no change associated with it. So it's going to look like historically as it always has looked without any change to it. It's kept in good repair by the mosque and will continue to be so. This is looking down the street, down Liberty Heights toward the city. There are apartment buildings across the street. Liberty Heights at this point is 6 lanes with parking on either side. This is the driveway entrance to the property. This is looking up Liberty Heights again with apartments across the street without off-street parking for those apartment buildings, and then additional houses along the way on Liberty Heights. My client has had the opportunity to work with folks in the neighborhood to come up with a parking agreement. So the parking agreement, and we'd ask that all these be entered into evidence, is 2900 Liberty Heights Avenue to utilize for off-street parking. It's down the block, it's in the next block, and obviously folks on a nice day would be able to walk if the weather is not conducive or their age is not conducive to walking down the next block. Then a shuttle would be provided to have them be able to utilize the parking lot. That is something that my client was able to do. If I may ask with regard to the lot size, I mean, obviously the lot is an existing lot. And it's not, we're not seeking to, to tear down any portion of the property, to alter the existing building. Again, it's an adaptive reuse. We think that having the mosque and the cultural facility is a net positive to the neighborhood. I know the neighbors are concerned about parking. We did meet with the neighborhood association at a Zoom meeting that they held, and we listened to their concerns. Their concerns mostly related to parking, some of it related to the fact of a plethora of other religious uses in the neighborhood, churches specifically. And we heard those complaints, but there isn't, a Muslim person can't go to the church. They need to go to a mosque, and it's obviously a different religion. And that we're seeking to have something that is going to speak very specifically to a community that is not served by a mosque, certainly in this neighborhood or in the city in any other respect. So if I may ask Mr. Ibrahim to describe a little bit about what it is that he's proposing to do at the property and how the building will be used. It's going to be used in a very limited capacity. Right now, as I understand it, the use is basically on Sundays for 3 hours. So 11 to 2 on Sundays right now. They hope to be able to add Friday afternoon prayer as well. But that at this point is really sort of the extent of it. It's really sort of a minimal use of the property in a way that it would not overwhelm the neighborhood at any particular time or date. If I may ask Mr. Ibrahim to chime in and describe a little bit about his background and the work of the mosque.
Thank you, Mr. Bagunda. Again, thanks to the board for your time today. I appreciate it. My name is Ibrahim. I'm the president of this Islamic and Cultural Center. Currently, can you guys hear me? Correct? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, thank you. Most of our members were about 20 or 22 of us. Mostly the people that comes into this center are mostly of senior citizen, elderly. Most of them are grandmas. They come here every Sunday. I'm only there for 3 hours from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. They usually look forward to this day to come to leave the house, to just leave the house and come and chat and have like a recreational thing for them to just hang around and speak to each other because of the cultural, the languages, the understanding that they understand back home. This is where they find peace, they find love, they find prayers, they come with all their heart, and they always look forward to coming to practice their religion. Mostly we've been there so far based on our neighbors. We have not have any issues with any neighbors in terms of even parking or causing any confusion at all. It's just for a minimal use that we have there. And when we come, this is the only masjid that they have that they can come to and practice their religion. It's been great working with the neighbors. We've attended some of the activities, participate, do some community work that we've participated in cleaning, in doing some charity works, also just contributing our quarter to the neighbors, especially those, even people opposite the apartment complex comes to pray at there. And I think they find this place a dwelling place for them every week that they come to the center. I look forward. This is going to be a good thing, and we're not planning, like Mr. Bangodo said, we're not planning to extend any or make any modification to the current structure, and that's not our plan. And we will continue to use it for what it is for. I appreciate your time again. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Sir, do you own the building?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
You mean the Islam? Yes, Islamic Center. I own the building. Yes.
Okay.
The center.
And how long has it owned that property there?
This is going to 4 years now. 4 years.
4 years. And are you familiar? I mean, we have not heard from the opposition yet, but are you familiar with any issues that have arisen in the past that have, to your knowledge, created some concern in the community?
Correct. Most of it is about parking, which we were able to secure a block away from that has a big parking. And what we plan to do based on that is if we have for those who cannot walk during winter time, we arrange a van that's going to take them, that will be shuttling from just a block away, and they're going to pick them up, drop their car there. So there's an agreement with this with the Palladium folks that gave us access to use their parking lot for parking.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the board of Mr. Arowan?
You're close. Good.
You know, I missed the syllable, but bear with me.
I don't have it right.
Okay. All right. Mr. Burgunder, are we back to you or?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So if there are any questions, we can answer them, and certainly want to hear from the folks who would like to chime in opposition, and then if I could have just a brief closing statement to
Absolutely.
address any of the issues that might be raised.
Very well.
Okay, so if that's it for support, what I'll do right now is go through the call-in users. If you are here signed in electronically and you wish to testify in opposition to this application, please put in the chat or raise your hand that you wish to testify in opposition. But right now I'm going to start with the call-in users. If you hear 2 beeps and you're here to testify in opposition, please speak up after you hear the 2 beeps. If not, I will move on to the next caller. Okay, first call-in user. Moving on to the next call-in user. Going to the next call-in user. Going to the next call-in user. Going to the next call-in user.
Baby.
Hello, ma'am. Are you here to testify in opposition?
No, I'm in for my appeal,
Okay.
3.
Thank you. Next call-in user. And we have one more. Go to the last one. Next call-in user. Okay, so I don't see any additional hands. I've just looked at the chat in the Q&A. So what we have in opposition are approximately 20 plus letters that were submitted back in, a lot of them were submitted in September of 2020. Most focus on the parking issue. Predominantly, that is the issue that has been raised, but it doesn't appear that we have anyone else here for, let me just look really quickly to see if there's any other hand raises. I see a couple, but I know that they're here for other matters. So I don't believe we have anybody here on the line to testify in opposition.
Okay. Okay. Katie, with regard to, and I'm not recalling the letter from the Councilwoman Sharon Green Middleton.
Yep, I can pull that up for you. Essentially, she sent it in August of 2020. Her letter basically stated that Ashburn Area Association is vehemently opposed to the zoning appeal. There are 4 existing houses of worship within a half a mile of Liberty Heights Avenue. Residents feel incremental zoning variances requested by the applicant would open the floodgates for additional zoning appeals that will erode the historic character of the community, turn this portion of Liberty Heights into a strip of large homes that have been repurposed for something other than housing. She also shares those concerns. Ashburn has 2 categories of opposition that fit to that project fit to zoning code and neighborhood impact. Based on feedback from constituents, the adverse impacts of this center will create our, additional parking along Liberty Heights will take parking away from homeowners. And does this property meet the standard of existing houses of worship along this particular stretch of Liberty Heights Avenue? Those were the issues that she raised.
Okay.
I could address those concerns.
Right. I have no other questions other than raising that particular aspect of the opposition. So we can go to you, Mr. Provender.
Sure. So the letter of opposition by the councilwoman was back in August of 2020, before my client had the opportunity to meet with the neighborhood association, which it took a long time to do. COVID was not friendly to this. We applied for this more than a year ago, and we've waited patiently. We had to arrange for the meeting with the neighborhood association. We also took the time to hear their concerns. I spoke with what was then the president of the association, and parking was the main concern. It frankly took us lots of months to come up with a parking agreement. So we believe we've met their concerns as far as the parking goes. I think, as the board has heard, the use of this property for the mosque is going to be somewhat minimal. I mean, compared to other types of uses and organizations, and frankly, the traffic of a multifamily dwelling or even a single family. You've got a couple kids with cars, and I've got 2 kids at least with cars, and who would like to drive a car. They don't all have cars, but anyway, the use of this property is minimal. So we're talking about pretty much 3 hours on Sundays, which is not tends to be in the middle of the day, a busy time for use of the property. And then Friday evenings is planned, but not actually in use yet. So we believe that we took the time to meet with the neighborhood association and to meet their concerns with regard to parking and to come up with a parking arrangement so that their concerns could be heard. With regard to, there are churches and other houses of worship within the neighborhood. I hear them and I understand that. Very rarely in life do I hear that there's such a thing as too many churches. But in this case, it was a complaint that we did hear. I'm somewhat in favor of having, neighborhood institutions where people can pray. But in this case, the folks who are coming to this particular religious establishment and cultural center are not going to be coming for purposes of a traditional church because they practice a different religion, and there would be no other place for them to come. And frankly, the folks who I've met who've been involved and associated with Mr. Ibrahim, they're nice folks. They're good people. They contribute to the community, and they'll continue to contribute to the community. With regard to the conditional use application, obviously, the board is well familiar with the requirements of Schultz v. Pritz, which is the leading case on conditional uses or special exceptions, as it were. And the standard is that to determine whether a requested conditional use would have an adverse effect, you'd have to deny it. You'd have to show that there were facts and circumstances that show that the particular use at this particular location would have an adverse effect beyond those inherent with a conditional use any other place, meaning that there isn't anything particular about this location. Obviously, all religious institutions have people come and go to it, so that's not something that could be brought up as an adverse effect beyond what would happen at any location within the district. And we believe that there isn't the presumptive validity nature of the conditional uses has not been countered by anything here today. And we think that we actually will be a nice fit for the neighborhood. Mr. Ibrahim is a super nice guy. He's a follow-through fella. If you got a problem or complaint about something that he's done, you call him up and he takes care of it, but there hasn't been any issue so far. With regard to the variances, obviously we're seeking to an adaptive reuse of the property. I sort of somewhat question the constitutionality of a lot size requirement for the free exercise of religion, but be that as it may, we're not seeking to tear down any portion of the structure or buy another property to tear it down. We don't believe that contributes to the historic nature. And as the board can see, with regard to the street view of the property, the house looks like a house and will continue to look like a house. And we're going to keep and maintain it in a nice condition and meet all the requirements of CHAP and such to maintain this in the district. With regard to the parking, we believe that the parking arrangement meets the requirements of the zoning code for closeness, proximity, and we would ask that the board support this request. We believe it's a modest request and that the use will be a nice contributing benefit to the neighborhood and certainly to the folks who depend on Mr. Ibrahim and his mosque to provide an outlet for their practice of their religion. And certainly with regard to the Nigerian aspect of it, we think this would be a nice addition to the neighborhood and they'll be good stewards of this particular location.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Burgunder. Appreciate that information. Any questions of the board for Mr. Burgunder?
No.
All right. Okay. I think we're good, sir.
Thank you.
For your presentation. We'll take this up at the end of the docket.
Thank you.
Moving on to case number 2021-192, 4911 Arabia Avenue. The appellant is Paul Mack, and this is a request to use the premises as a multifamily dwelling consisting of 2 dwelling units. Now, hear any reports from planning and staff.
Thank you. Planning Department has reviewed this application, Noted that this site is zoned R3, in which a multifamily dwelling use is a non-conforming use. Records available to the department indicate that there was in fact previous use of this property as a multifamily dwelling containing 2 dwelling units. However, the zoning code also provides that if an active and continuous operation of any non-conforming use has been discontinued for 12 consecutive months or longer, that constitutes abandonment of the discontinued non-conforming use or discontinuance of the use. The department looked at some records that were available to it, which indicated that the previous owner transferred this property in March of 2019 to the Federal National Mortgage Association, which in turn sold the property to the applicant on July 13th of 2020. This application was filed on August the 5th of 2021, at which time the application stated that the property was vacant. Therefore, the applicant needs to provide the board information showing that active and continuous operation of the non-conforming use was not discontinued in order for the application to be approvable. For these reasons, the department recommends disapproval of the application because multifamily dwelling use of the property is a non-conforming use. It was discontinued for at least 12 consecutive months and therefore cannot be reestablished unless the applicant provides the board information showing that the non-conforming use was not in fact discontinued or abandoned.
Thank you, sir.
So as Mr. French stated, the first thing the board has to decide is, was this non-conforming use abandoned? Because R3 does not permit a multifamily. So it's different than what you would see in the R6 or the R7 and R8s, where we've had vacant building notices before, but in R7 and R8, multifamily is permitted. In R3, which is what this is, multifamily is not permitted. So the board first has to answer the question, is this non-conforming use still valid? So that's the first issue that you have to respond. If you answer that in the affirmative, then you can get into number of dwelling units. So the information that we have is, you heard from planning, they recommend disapproval. We've had we've had about 6 or 7 letters in opposition. We've had 1 letter in support. Looking at the land use records, it was last authorized as a multifamily with 2 dwelling units. A vacant building notice was issued on July 6th, 2017 to the prior owner. A new vacant building notice was issued to the current owner on July 9th, 2018, or issued to another owner on July 9th, 2018. A building permit was issued for construction on June 18th, 2020. So 12 months is what is required to show that the use did not lapse. If it's been 12 months and the use has lapsed, the non-conforming use is gone. So we have Mr. Mack, who is the panelist. I'll make him a panelist, who's the application. Mr. Mack? You're unmuted, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And I'd just like to preface, thank you. I'd like to preface my statements by saying that I am a novice. I've never performed a zoning appeal before, so I may misuse some terminology, but hopefully the intent will carry through.
No worries. We're happy to discuss it with you. What can you tell us about the use, or specifically the continuous use of the property, such that there is you can demonstrate no abandonment, as we've heard from the records?
So I can only tell you that I spoke with Councilmember Ryan Dorsey, and he directed me to a couple of neighbors. They indicated to me that for the last couple of years before I purchased the property, there had been someone in that unit. Evidently, it turned out that that person was a squatter, because I had to repair the unit to get the squatter out. So that squatter who was in there, I purchased the unit in 2020. So the last couple of years would have been maybe 2018 through 2020, had been residing, and they were in there until I could actually get them out in early 2021. When I viewed the property before purchasing it in early February 2020, there were personal items in the property. I I was assured that there was no tenancy, but when I purchased it in May of 2020, there were different personal items. I got rid of those. Later on, as I mentioned, there was a squatter. That person came back and brought more personal items. And so it became a game of getting the items out and the squatter returning. I only bring that up because it seems as though the property was not actually vacant. So I was finally able to get rid of the squatter in late winter of 2021 and repaired the entry point, which was a basement window, which had been disconnected from the frame in February of 2021. And since then, I've had no intrusion, and it has truly been empty since then. And I would just like to say that the highest and best use of that property is as it's currently set up and how it was being used previously, and that is as a multi-unit. So with that, I'll take questions from the board if there are any.
So Ms. Byrne and Mr. French, my understanding of the rules and regulations regarding abandonment or not is that it has to be a lawful use.
Correct. The vacant building notice states that a property may not be occupied at all because it is a danger to health and human safety. So whether or not it has, no roof or no windows, it doesn't necessarily mean. It could look okay, but something happened along the lines. Maybe services were cut, maybe no water, maybe no electricity, maybe it was open and abandoned and the city might have had to board it, which is when a vacant building notice is issued. So whenever a vacant building notice is issued, it means that it cannot be occupied legally at all. And the vacant building notice was first issued to this property back in July of 2017. And there was no construction permit applied to try to abate or correct that vacant building notice until June of 2020.
Okay. And so effectively, as a matter of law, it's been unoccupied lawfully since that time.
Correct. No one was legally allowed to reside in the property since July of 2017.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mack, the board is certainly, as you know, constrained by what the regulations state with regard to our authority, and so wouldn't be the first instance in which we've had folks occupying, whether it be a squatter or whether it be someone who created a multifamily dwelling without going through the proper channels. But that's the authority that the board needs in order to grant the relief that you're seeking here. From the evidence that you put forth, you purchased it in May of 2020, but the key date that we're going back to and have to go back to is July of 2017, when we know there was a vacant building notice, and which was unabated, from that time to now. And so it does not appear that the board is with authority or has the authority to grant the relief you're seeking because of that status. As to what else you may be able to do with the property, I believe there may be some resources within the city, within planning, that you may be able to speak to, but it does not appear that we have the authority to grant the relief that you're seeking because of the nature of the abandonment of the property. I think that's where we are.
Although I'm disappointed, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Great day.
James, what was that case number for that one again?
Yeah, that was hold on. Sure I have it. 2021-192.
Okay. So I'll make,
All right.
okay.
Did we need to hear any do we have opposition on that?
I don't see anybody that's raised their hand, but we did receive a lot of written opposition. I could go through the call-in users. Up to you.
Well, I don't think that's going to bear any fruit. And in fact, if you're opposing, then you're likely to get your wish. So I think we can defer
Okay.
opposition for this case.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right. Moving on to case number 2021-213, 4001 Falls Road. The appellant is Puckersdorf LLC, and this is a request to use the premises as a restaurant with outdoor dining, live entertainment, and off-premises catering. The variance required for off-street parking. I'll hear any reports we have. Planning and staff.
Planning Department has no additional comment on this application at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So if the board recalls, this matter had come up once before, and this was for the owner to go back to the community to see if they could work out terms of an MOU. We still have opposition from Councilwoman Ramos. We still have opposition from individuals here to testify. So I believe we're back to see what, if any, progress was made. Clearly, we do not have an MOU. So I know Mr. Kelly is here on behalf of the applicant, and let's see, we get make sure I have the applicant on here as well. All right, so Mr. Catelli, I've made you an applicant, and I'm sorry, sir, that I need the name of the other owner who was here as well.
Wayne Jolly at AOL.com, he signed in with. Jolly at AOL.
I'm sorry, could you speak up a little bit?
Yeah, he signed in with Wayne Jolly at AOL.
Wayne Jolly, that's it. All right.
Yeah, Mr. Catelli, your audio is not coming through very well. Not sure how you're connected.
How about this? Is this better?
Absolutely.
Okay, sorry about
1000%.
that.
No problem.
I have Elaine Wang.
That's him.
Okay. So Mr. Jolly?
Lang, I'm here.
Lang, okay, I'm gonna try to make you a panelist. It's showing up as a phone, so I don't know if it'll come in as a panelist. Let me see. Yep, like you're there. You're also a panelist. So Mr. Catelli and Mr. Lang, you are both here as panelists.
All right.
Thank you very much for having us back. One point, we do have a signed MOU with the Community Council and the Merchants Association of Hamden. There's a signed MOU on file, probably dated sometime last month, that is on your files now. We had the hearing, and then we went back to the immediate neighbors, and was very well hosted by the president of Hamden Community Council, Mr. Eli, and Councilwoman Odette and Mr. Amir, who owns the auto body shop right next door, and made some adjustments to everything that was asked that we could possibly adjust to the business plan, which would have included leaving out any sort of outdoor movie theater or entertainment outside whatsoever. So everything was adjusted to be completely indoors at that point. There was also some questions about parking that were addressed, and Mr. Lang agreed to the parking that was asked for by the community, and some hours of operation were limited. And I had the MOU in front of me. It's Tuesday through Thursday, midnight, Friday, Saturday at 1:30 a.m. and Sunday, 6 p.m. He agreed to those hours being limited. We can go through the whole presentation again. Mr. Lang is better at presenting the passion of what he wants to do in these locations. So Wayne, if you're there, you could actually, if you want to go through the karaoke theory with them.
Sure. It's I assume that also the plans are there. They're a group of garages that are oriented in such a fashion that it makes a courtyard essentially. There is one main access point that's double wide, and they're somewhat, I don't know about the age of them. The doors are dilapidated. I think there's someone currently living in one of the units. And what my intent is to work within the space. We're going to recondition, fill in, and renovate the entire set of garages to place a restaurant within the garages. What we also thought would be cool and interesting is to have, since they're each individual garages, to have karaoke in each garage. That's all that we're requesting is the karaoke component. So obviously there is noise concerned with that, and we already have plans as far as insulation. I'm sorry, not insulation, but sound attenuation, as well. The various forms, including 3 panes of glass on the front, various methods of sealing off the noise from escaping. We're recess each garage about 4 feet back, so sound is compressed into about 82 square feet. We'll have 2 speakers basically at the same level as you would have in any dining room, as far as volume, because we don't necessarily need the volume to be that great because of the compressed nature of the space. I think there are going to be about 10 units, I'm sorry, 9 garages utilized in that way. The rest will be just utilized for kitchen, toilets, storage, etc. And I think it's a unique concept that there isn't anything similar in the neighborhood within the surrounding city. And I'm excited to bring it forth in the community. I currently own another establishment about 2 blocks. I'm sorry, not 2 blocks, maybe about this is on 41st Street. So 36th Street is where the other location that I've had and been operating for the last 13 years. I've had a liquor license for the last 23 years without any kind of incident. The current location that I operate has a live entertainment license there, and we've never had any issue. I know at the meeting someone mentioned about security issues. We have live entertainment on Fridays and Saturdays pre-COVID, and there was never any altercations. There was never any incidents. There was police who have never been called. The liquor board has never been notified of any situation there. I mentioned this just to provide my record as far as operations of these type of events, or having operated in a location that has a live entertainment license.
Okay.
And for the board's just a recollection, we are zone C2 at this new location. So it's the only thing we're above the before the board for is karaoke, which is considered live entertainment in the C2 district.
Okay.
Everything else is by rights.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Bill.
Mr. Wayne, what is the name of your current establishment?
13.5% wine bar.
Gotcha. Do we have in the record, this is for Ms. Byrne, do we have in the record any communication from any of the Hamden group or the council person?
We do have a communication from the council person. She submitted a letter in opposition. She also said she was going to try to get, and I see her on the call here as well. So we can speak directly to her. And I was trying to find the MOU. I saw emails back where like a revised MOU was supposed to happen and a meeting was supposed to happen, but I don't see where like a final MOU with Mr. Utelli, as you were stating, was sent to us.
Yes.
I found it.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Simon says he has it. All right, I was looking for it in my record, but
I'll email it to the board right now.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we do have that MOU. So I do have Councilwoman Ramos's objection and a few points. She says basically a few points of disagreement that could not be overcome. Hamden Community Council has removed their support for this change as a result of not being able to come to an agreement on an MOU. Residents are asking for limited hours to be consistent with other restaurants along Falls Road and for guarantees on parking. The lot owners intend to use may be tied to 4011 Falls Road, and the business owner needs to prove that the lot is not tied to that property. We respectfully ask the board's decision to be contingent on these factors. Residents will testify about these and other items.
So we don't have an MOU.
According
Well,
to
no,
the
there
letter,
definitely
no.
is an MOU dated
I think it's with a different group.
October 4th. There's an MOU that was signed and agreed upon by the Community Council and the Merchant Association.
Okay, so I have, I guess my question, Mr. Catelli, is Hamden Community Council, are they part of your MOU? Let me see.
They're
I don't know how to share a
there's
screen.
a
I'm sorry.
signature from them
Here,
on the MOU.
I'll slide it to you to share screen. All right, so you can, I just
dated
changed it for
October
you to
4th, I
be the
think.
presenter, so you should be able to share your screen.
Uh-oh. Well, it's not that easy for me. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Simon just sent it to me, so let me see if I can.
Date October 4th. Signed by the president of the HCC and the president of the Merchant Association.
Let's see. I'll see if I can do the screen sharing. Yeah, so this is an old one, right? From October 4th. All right. So this was in the board's original packet, I believe. But I will go ahead and screen share with the board.
The council person just noted that that's an outdated MOU.
I don't know what that means. Outdated.
Meaning that Hamden Community Council no longer supports this. Now you do have a signature on here from the Hamden Village Merchants Association.
And the Hamden Community Council, Eli Lopatin.
Well, per the councilwoman, she's stating that they no longer support the MOU based on the letter. But I think we can let them speak for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. I
right? I think at this
sealed
point,
agreement, but maybe
right.
there's more than we don't know. But I'll press mute and listen.
Okay. All right. So I guess, is there anything else? Do you have anybody else here in support? Because before we go to opposition, we want to hear from people here to testify in support.
No, just now we have the MOU signed by the Community Council and the Merchant Association of Hamden.
Okay. All right. I've got Stephen Lowe. I think he wants to, I'm not sure if he's here in support or opposition. Let's start with if there's no one else here in support. Let me see. Let me ask Mr. Lowe. Mr. Lowe, are you here in support or opposition of the application?
I'm in opposition to the application.
Okay, then sit tight. We'll get you in a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will go. We'll start with the councilwoman in opposition. Hold on one second, Ms. Ramos. Just saw you. There you are. All right. Okay, Ms. Ramos, you are a now panelist.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for everybody's time. The residents that are here will be able to attest to this better than I can. But what happened after the last hearing, you all sent everybody back to renegotiate. There was a meeting, as Mr. Catelli had said, and then subsequent back and forth facilitated by the community council to try to work out the various differences. That did not happen. They were not unable to come to terms based on a couple of items that I had suggested. And then I believe Mr. Lowe has a couple of more. And therefore, the community council has removed its support, and the previous MOU is not valid. The community council, I think, kind of rushed the whole process to begin with at the very beginning, but subsequent conversations are such that there were a lot more concerns, and I believe that there was a lot of good negotiating in earnest, and we do appreciate the applicant for doing that. So the residents that are here can attest to a little bit more of their opposition, but that's the background. Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll go ahead and move to the other applicants. So we'll start. Okay, Mr. Lowe, you're unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Lowe, and I thank the board for this opportunity to speak about the karaoke bar proposed for the rear of 4001 Falls Road. I will first speak in my own behalf and will then read a statement on behalf of two neighbors of mine that are unable to participate today.
Okay.
For almost 20 years, I've been living at 4010 Hickory Avenue, which is 4 doors down and across the alley from the karaoke bar proposed for 4001 Falls. I will be directly impacted by patron noise, traffic, and parking if you approve this use. I work out of my home, so I would be affected both day and night. But I also care how this proposed business would affect my whole community and those living right next to it. Since early October, I and a group of neighbors have expressed our concerns to the developer, Wayne Lane, and to Eli Lopetin, president of the Camden Community Council, that the outdoor venue and late hours proposed for live entertainment, karaoke, would disturb residents because it would be situated at the back of the lot at 4001 Falls Road across a narrow alley from a quiet neighborhood. Because the memorandum of understanding between the HCC and the developer did not adequately address our concerns, as Councilwoman Ramos just explained to you, we drafted and negotiated 6 revisions of this MOU to see if we could come to some agreement that would make the proposed karaoke bar more compatible with the neighborhood, including parking associated with this business. We asked the developer to consider closing at 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, which we felt were reasonable hours for an entertainment venue serving alcohol this close to a quiet residential neighborhood. The developer rejected our proposal because it did not fit his business model and offered instead to close, he offered to close at midnight, Monday through Saturday, which was unacceptable. And as we heard from Lou, it seems like they're going back to their original proposal to stay open until 1:30 on Friday and Saturday. The way we see it, the business model should fit the neighborhood, not the other way around. After we were unable to come to an agreement on hours, the HCC withdrew its support for this conditional use application in deference to residents living close to 4001 Falls. And we thank the board of the HCC for that decision. And I thank Councilwoman Ramos for making it clear that that is invalid and should not have been submitted today. Those of us who sought to limit the live entertainment so we might live with it are now opposed to granting this use, especially since the use runs with the land and may allow live music or other entertainment in the future. We feel any live entertainment at this location is inappropriate and invasive. I understand that this board needs to balance the interests of business and residents, but this project could be the tipping point for the mixed-use character of our neighborhood. I am not opposed to commercial development per se, but it should be smart development, and this proposal is not. I ask the board to deny the use requested and maintain that balance, which is the charm of Hampden and why I like living where I do. And if I may, I would like to proceed directly to a statement written by my neighbors, Evan and Marcy, who live at 4015 Falls Road. We have asked Stephen Lowe to voice our opposition today to the project being proposed by Wayne Lang at 4001 Falls. We have been involved for the past several months with the HCC, Wayne, the City Council, and a group of neighbors spanning the 3900 to 4100 blocks of Falls Road, West 40th Street, and Hickory Avenue, seeking a common ground that would minimize the detrimental effect on the surrounding residential community. Our family home, which has 5 children between the ages 7 and 13, and our property that adjoins the parking lot proposed at 4013 Falls Road for this project. As you heard our neighbor Stephen's testimony, our efforts to find a common solution to this project have failed. We find Wayne's repeated request to have operating hours into the early morning to be like a new neighbor moving in and telling the surrounding residents, "Hi, I'm going to be having around 100 people over every night. Oh, don't worry, we will have live entertainment indoors that hopefully shouldn't have noise spilling out. But all those drinking, eating, or hanging around in the backyard may make some noise, but hopefully not too bad. This will be 6 nights a week until around midnight or 1 a.m. We'll end around 8 on Sundays. Oh, and by the way, the only parking we will provide is a lot several doors down between 2 residences that are only 24 feet apart, to which our many guests will walk and drive. We'll have people park themselves there, walk down the alley or street, but the noise shouldn't be too bad. How does that sound?" As you can imagine, any neighbor proposing this in a residential area would not be tolerated, because historically residential areas have been protected by quiet hours to limit the impact of non-residential behavior. Had Wayne proposed to fully seal in all the noise, that is, enclose both the courtyard and the private rooms, to minimize noise carrying into the residential area, we would be less concerned. But considering the open air courtyard space is the size of a backyard just across the alley from residential backyards, it's obvious that such a project would have the same detrimental effect on those surrounding homes as any neighbor moving in and throwing a late night backyard party 6 nights a week. The impact will go beyond the space and forever change the area from a family-friendly, quiet neighborhood to a party destination. Therefore, please stand with the residents and oppose this project. Outdoor live entertainment should never be proposed in such a residential environment now or in the future. By allowing use of a C2 zone property to directly impact a zoned residential area, we'll be setting a dangerous precedent for future zoning in the city. Thank you for your consideration of our concerns. Evan Parker and Marcy Brewer at 4015 Falls Road.
I have a question.
Yes.
This is the first I've heard of a parking area. This proposed facility.
Yeah.
Would that be the vacant lot between 2 residences?
Yes.
Have you seen a plan on how that would be used?
No, I think
or drawing or whatever.
No drawing or diagram. I will say that that Wayne has. I think Wayne thinks that he could put about 10 cars there, which is why it's only been addressed in the application and in the MOU as well. Now there is no MOU, so let's not even go there. The latest version of their application, or the several versions of the application they have sent you, they've been amended so many times I can't keep track of it. They indicate a 3,000 square foot lot, but they do not give the address. And I think that's also telling of the applicant. They should have been right up front and explained that this was at 4013.
How is that lot presently used?
You'd have to talk to Jeremy Landsman, who owns it. It's currently chained off and is not used. That's all I can say.
That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Certainly. Any other questions?
No, it doesn't appear we have any more for you, Mr. Lowe. Thank you.
Thanks very much for this opportunity to speak.
Okay.
Okay, I'll move on to, it looks like Chris Rogers is next up. Mr. Rogers, you're unmuted.
Hey, thank you. How's it going? Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Great. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. My name is Chris Rogers. I live on West 40th Street. I would testify in opposition to this project. I sent a letter to the BMZA board. I think most of what I wrote about in the letter has already been eloquently stated by Mr. Lowe. So I just reiterate that this karaoke bar is inconsistent with the nature of the neighborhood, and a late night restaurant bar serving alcohol will increase traffic safety and parking problems. I just want to just say it's important to remember the reasons why people buy a home in one location rather than another. The character and nature of a location is important, and it's reasonable to expect that such nature will not be drastically altered. Those of us who live here could have bought homes on a street with bars if that's what we wanted to live next to. It erodes public trust in institutions when cities allow for neighborhoods to be fundamentally changed by businesses or other development. I understand there's nothing to be done about opening of a restaurant, but it shouldn't be open so late or introducing live outdoor music to our quiet neighborhood. And then just with parking and traffic, particularly with traffic, there's only one vehicle entrance or driveway to this karaoke bar or the property of in general, and it lies on a one-way street that is already difficult to access due to opposing one-way streets at the intersection of West 40th and Hickory. There's only one exit for this street, and it would be blocked for long periods of time by any construction required for the venue, as well as deliveries, equipment loading, unloading for bands, and similar use. So it's just really not like a great place to be blocking traffic when there's no other exit for our street. And all right, so that's thanks for your time. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we have a couple of other people here in opposition as well. Looks like I have Lisa Lunt who's come up next. Ms. Lunt?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I submitted a letter in opposition as well. And like Chris, most of my issues have been addressed by Mr. Lowe. But what I did want to say is that, we are listening to Mr. Lang, and his primary defense is that his other business, the 13.5 Wine Bar, has never encountered any problems or oppositions. And that's true. I'm a patron of that bar myself, but I'd like to just point out that that bar is located on the avenue in a business district surrounded by other shops, bars, restaurants. There's no live music or karaoke at the 13.5 bar, and it's surrounded by ample metered parking, which helps control the parking issues. So the noise and the parking are not issues for his other one, but this particular proposed bar is in a completely different set of circumstances and locations, and the impact on the surrounding community is very different from the bar that he currently owns on the avenue. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you taking my letter of opposition. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that information, ma'am.
Mr. Appleby, you're unmuted.
Hi, I'm opposed to this.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, start again, sir. I accidentally double-click muted you.
That's all right. I'm opposed to this. I live directly across from the proposed site. I've lived here for 36 years. I grew up in Hamden, less than a quarter mile from here. And it's not a business area, it's residential. Those garages have been there. There's people that do stuff there in the garages, some work on cars. So, one guy even does a little woodwork over there. It's just not a good idea for this area. And I really don't know where Mr. Lang comes up with all these ideas that the neighbors will love it. If it wasn't for somebody dropping off flyers at our door, we would never heard about the meeting. The one meeting, it was back, I think, October 14th. And, I know that he goes around, he went up to the Medfield Community Association. I'm not sure why. That's like going to Pennsylvania and talking about something you're trying to pass to Maryland. So I'm just really
you know, I don't believe in this, and I think that it should not go through. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna, let's see, Eli Lopatin. You are. See if I can find you here. There we go. Mr. Lopatin, you're unmuted. Okay, then I guess he wasn't on my list. Let's go, Julie Smith will be the next one.
Hi,
Miss
can you
Smith?
hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yes, my name is Julie Smith, and I live next door to Stephen Lowe at 4008 Hickory. And I just want to voice my opposition. And I agree with everything everyone else has said. Because, you know, the noise pollution, the light pollution that's going to come from this. This is a quiet residential neighborhood. Believe it or not, at night, I can sleep with my window open. I mean, sure, once in a while I hear the occasional person shrieking at 3 a.m., but for the most part, it's an actual quiet enclave in the middle of the city. And I just think this type of business is completely wrong for this area. I mean, you've got elderly people, you've got people with children, you've got people that came out to the meeting that we had in October expressing their concerns about parking who are handicapped and disabled, and parking for them is already tough. So if they have to come home from night, one woman works at a store in the county, she's just afraid of where she's going to park, you know? So I don't have too much more to say, but I am absolutely opposed to this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie, you're muted.
Thank you, Bill. Next person was Leanne Kozik. Ms. Kozik, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Just barely, ma'am.
Hopefully this is better. So my name is Leanne Kozik. I'm a resident at 4006 Hickory Avenue, which is located pretty much immediately across from the alley of the parcel in question. So I'd be directly affected by the proposal, and I strongly oppose granting the conditional use for this karaoke bar for a number of reasons, but my largest concern is the proposed hours of operation. I mean, I understand that the parcel is zoned C2 and the applicant has a right to open a bar or restaurant. However, I don't believe he has the right to have a bar or restaurant with live music open until 12 a.m. on the weekends or the weekdays and 2 a.m. essentially on the weekends. So these zoning laws are created to maintain consistency in the neighborhood and ensure that all new establishments are comparable with the surrounding area. And the proposed business is just inconsistent and incompatible with that. As the other people who have testified noted, it's an inherently quiet area, 4+ blocks from the avenue, where noise carries, it's noticed, it can be heard. For instance, just Saturday night, there was a neighbor on 40th, right near where this proposed proposed business is going to be, had some people over in their backyard. Nothing crazy, just a few people talking outside after 10 p.m. You can hear clearly what they were saying up on Hickory, even though it was, you know, 100, 200 feet away. Noise carries, it's very quiet. And, you know, it's okay for neighbors because that happens only occasionally, but having this business is essentially asking the neighborhood to just be okay with that kind of noise pollution every single night and every single weekend forever. And that's just unacceptable. The other local bars and restaurants in the area, such as Wicked Sister, Poppy's, and Union Brewery, they all close at 9 or 10, and therefore it's not that big of a deal to have them in the area. But again, this business is proposing to be open hours later than all of those. and appears to want to be the exception to the rule, which again is unacceptable and inconsistent with, the zoning laws. So that's why I oppose this, and for all of the other reasons stated by the other applicant or the other people who've testified. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Okay, next one, Susan Repko. Ms.
Hello?
Repko, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can, ma'am.
Okay. I live at 3938 Hickory Avenue, which is very close to the proposed business. I share the same opposition that others have raised in terms of the limited parking that we already have here and the negative impact on the quality of life in this very, very quiet residential neighborhood. I would also like to share a testimony that my neighbor provided to me to share. She was unable to be on the call, so if I may, can I present that? I'm just going to go ahead. I haven't heard anybody say no. Okay. My name is Olivia Yates, and I live at 3946 Hickory Avenue. I am opposed to the karaoke bar being installed for several reasons. Firstly, this business will not benefit those who live here. I am a young college student, and I'm already excluded from most of the businesses in my town because they are either bars or high-priced restaurants. For instance, the Rotunda, an area within a 10-minute walking distance comprised of apartments and businesses, has a movie theater. Going to the movies is one of my favorite activities, but the movie theater at the Rotunda is 21 and up because it serves alcohol. I consistently find it hard to enjoy time with my family and friends in my own neighborhood because of reasons like this. Secondly, children and family live in this area, and this business would only cause disruptions. There is an alley directly next to where the bar would be built. Young children often play in this alley, and I have memories of doing this myself. The bar would only disrupt this and eliminate a space for children to play. In addition, the bar would be very close to people's houses. If the bar is open late at night, the noise could potentially keep the residents up, and the increased amount of people will disrupt this quiet area. Third, there is limited space in this area. Parking has already become somewhat sparse, and it would only become worse with the addition of this bar. The increased traffic is also a concern, as it has been difficult to get things like speed humps put on our street. Many of the people who live in the area in which the proposed karaoke bar would be built do not want it here. I am asking you to listen to the concerns of the residents. Ask yourself, is this something you would want to be built directly next to your home? Sincerely, Olivia Yates. And thank you all for your opportunity to present this testimony on behalf of Olivia.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me just mention that to the extent, I don't know how many more we have.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no, I have one more person. Looks like they just put in the chat that they would like to testify.
Yeah, well, this lucky person gets to hear my admonition about, again, repetitive testimony, and we're aware of the concerns, the premise of the opposition, a lot of which is parking, noise, pollution, excessive light, perhaps, and some safety issues given the one way in, one way out. So again, try not to be duplicative if you can. Thanks.
Okay, so the person will be unmuting. It's showing up as Furman SA. So Furman SA, you are unmuted.
Yeah, I guess there's no need for me to testify then, because I was really just going to repeat a lot of what everyone kind of says. Yeah, so I guess I'll just skip.
Yeah, well, we've taken that into consideration, and we will, and we thank you for
all right. And it looks like we have one more that says he has something different. So Mr.
Okay.
Well, actually, Mr. Williams, it's John Williams. I can't seem to unmute you, but what he has stated in his chat is he'd like to testify about fire and safety concerns. So Mr. Williams, however, you are here in, it's not allowing me to unmute you or move you. So it's probably how you signed up. So I've expressed to the board that your testimony would be related to fire and safety concerns. And I don't see anything else in the chat. All right, we have one more person with their hand raised. Miss, I think it's Shay Fouch, you're unmuted.
Perfect. Can you guys hear me?
You can.
All right. I actually had to just switch because I called in on the phone and then I realized there was no way to actually raise my hand on the phone and say I wanted to speak. So here I am. I just downloaded the app to do this. Basically, I wrote in a letter of opposition as well. Not only are we going to have the parking issues that everyone said before, I just want to state again that the owner has said, hey, the hours, he's never had an issue with the noise, hours of parking at this other location. Earlier in this meeting, he even said it was only about a block, maybe 2 blocks away. It is actually 7 blocks away. The avenue is 7 blocks away from this location. That is a completely different area. We are in a more residential, quiet area than that location. That location, he has not mentioned, the 13.5 wine bar, those hours are 8 p.m. on the weekday. He closes at 8 p.m. On the weekends, he closes at, let me pull it back up here, 10. Friday and Saturday, 10 p.m. So now you're going from the busiest area where there are bars and metered parkings and restaurants closing at 8 p.m., but you want to bring a live karaoke bar in a quiet residential neighborhood and have that open till midnight. There's not even other businesses or bars open till midnight to bring people up there. But let alone if that's the only location, then we're going to expect a lot of people going there that late at night if that's the only place open. And that's only in a residential area with no parking. We do have alleys that go behind that location and perpendicular to that, which will echo that music. And I think a lot of us are afraid we will have people walking through there late at night. And that carries. Those are our backyards. So I just wanted to reiterate, there aren't other businesses in that area with those hours. Not even the businesses in the commercial area have those hours. So why would one in a residential area have it? And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Right. Talking to us, Katie?
Dang it. Sorry. We have about 10 people calling in. Don't know if they're here for this or not. I'll zip right through.
The admonition is still in effect.
All right. So here we go. 2 beeps. Next call-in user. Next call-in user. Next call-in user. Next call-in user.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Are you here in opposition for 4001 Falls?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay.
So real quick,
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I've been living across the street from the Redfish Liquors for over 16 years. It is basically a residential area. Children do come here. We do have some young families come in here. If you just go up and down the street, you'll see the toys and the big wheels, if you will. Long story short, I've been in the restaurant business for over 25 years. I know what kind of things he brings. As much as I love the business of the restaurant and bars, I don't want it next to me. That's why you go to a bar and come back home. Being a karaoke bar, I'm sorry?
Could you state your name on the record again, please? We didn't catch it.
I'm sorry, Viken Uragosian.
And spell that?
First or last or both?
Both, please.
Viken, first name. Last name, Guragossian.
Thank you.
Welcome. So just going back to it again, this would be a terrible area for it. I could see being the depth of the neighborhood. This is a great neighborhood. Again, been here 16 years. When I moved into the neighborhood, it was a little different. I like the way it's going. Again, if this could be down at the Avenue, which I do know there's a lot of places up for lease. A lot of businesses went under on the Avenue during COVID. There's a huge liquor store on the corner next to the noodle shop on 36. I'm sorry, in the Avenue. I don't see why they can't just move it there. Again, I'm not against anyone making a living, but this is a terrible area for it, and they don't need it. It's just a bad idea all around for the residents. So I'm opposed to it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next couple. Moving on to the next caller. Moving on to the next caller. Moving on to the next caller. Moving on to the last caller. Okay, that is it for opposition. So now we're back to Mr. Lang and to Mr. Catelli. And you're both still panelists.
Thank you so much. The board, thank you for having us again today. And, you know, it's a very slippery slope when you realize that a merchant association and a community council can make an MOU and sign it and then back it off because of people one block away. The C2 district was created by the new Transform Baltimore for a reason, to expand Baltimore's horizons and to help encourage businesses to open in these areas. Residential neighborhoods along Falls Road. Falls Road's a major thoroughfare, and I appreciate everybody who came out and talked today, but Falls Road was never a quiet road. It's never been a quiet road. It'll never be a quiet road. We also, there was no outdoor entertainment. Outdoor entertainment was completely taken off the board right away when the opposition from the neighbors became apparent. And it's not about a bar or restaurant, because it'll still be a bar or restaurant no matter what. It's just about karaoke, and live entertainment includes karaoke for Baltimore City. We understand, we appreciate what everybody's saying. This is not a residential neighborhood. This is Falls Road. This is a major thoroughfare throughout Baltimore City. And thank you guys for having us back today. And Wayne, I'll let you have the last word.
Yes, I thank you for mentioning about the outdoor. There won't be anything outdoors as far as live entertainment is concerned. I don't know what else I can really add. I know someone mentioned that our other location is open until 9:30, which is obviously not correct. No one, the two businesses that are closest that are similar is the Wicked Sisters, and I know I've been there past midnight pre-COVID, and the Poppy's Tacos. Both of those locations have live entertainment components until midnight. Obviously, no one is going. I think right now at 13.5, we're closed on Friday and Saturday by 11 o'clock because this is COVID. This is the COVID conditions. Once, obviously, everything post-COVID is a different scenario. Pre-COVID, our establishment on the Avenue was open until 2. Again, the two similar locations to this have live entertainment components. Again, Wicked Sisters and Poppies until 12. I'm not, and I believe those two are in C1. So I did in earnest try my best to navigate with the community as far as the restrictions. I limited everything that I could, and I tried to, as the board mentioned, or Edith was to go back to the community. I met with them once. I've been navigating, trying to renegotiate, trying to be the MOU, and I've accepted most. Every time I've gone to them and they've recommended something, I've changed it expeditiously. I've done everything that I could to try to come to some kind of understanding, and it just seems as though that the community aren't in earnest of trying to reflect and trying to meet in a fair manner. I mean, they basically want me to open 6 hours per day, and we open at 4 and to close at 10 doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm just flabbergasted essentially, and I've done everything that I could to that's all I have to say.
Wayne, thank you so much. And board, thank you so much for having us today. And again, the Community Council and the Merchants Association gave full support. And now a block of people trying to fight something in the C2 district, which.
Bill, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. Where is your proposed parking?
So he has, well, I'll answer this. Behind his lot, he's got enough parking for the requirements. There's like 2 parking spots.
Behind whose lot?
Behind in the location where he is, he has enough parking to meet the requirements, but he actually granted more a block away.
Once again, where's this location?
4001 Falls Road. And behind 4001 Falls Road, there's 4 parking spots.
So
However,
4001 Falls Road there's a liquor store there right now. Is that part of this or?
It's one consolidated lot. It was consolidated before my time. So it's a consolidated lot, but there's these garages that are behind there. 15 garages. But part of Mr. Lang's plan only involves portion of the garages. So he has 4 or 6 garages behind it that meet the requirement for the 2 lots required by the zoning.
So
However,
the liquor store remains though, right?
yeah, oh yeah, the regular, yes, that remains. Okay. However, Mr. Lang agreed to add more parking, which was a half block up, 4013.
I think, yeah, it's a half a block up. So it's 4013 is an empty lot that the landlord that owns the garages owns that lot as well, and he's granted me permission to utilize it. In addition, I've also met with a block away on 41st Street. There is 11 parking spots that I met with the owner. It's an auto repair shop, and they've granted me the 11 parking spots after 4 o'clock on the weekends, after 4 on Friday. So I have a total of 20 parking spots that are available, approximately 10 from the lot, and then the 10 or 11 from the business on 41st Street that has granted me permission to utilize the lot on the weekends.
But by code, you're required only 2 spots. You're granting 20 and 10 spots. 10 spots and 10 spots.
Can I jump in here, Director, or no?
Not normally. We're on the rebuttal part of the case, Councilwoman.
You never mute Odette Ramos. Put her on. She's our councilwoman. I wouldn't want to mute her. If that's okay.
Thank you. I can wait till additional questions.
Put her in. This is our councilwoman. She's the best.
That's great, but I get to direct the testimony. So we're on rebuttal, and we're gonna.
I have another question. Where would the front door be? Where do people come in? Is it on 40th or is it on Falls Road?
40th.
Okay. I'm looking at it on Google Maps and just trying to get a picture of everything in my head.
Are you good, Sabrina? You have a follow-up, Sabrina? Are you good?
I am fantastic.
Councilwoman, if you're still on, go ahead so Mr. Catelli can respond to any point that you'd like to make.
Sure. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Sure. The lot on 4013 is of concern, as you heard from the residents. It's sandwiched between 2 residential properties. It has been vacant for a long time. We did, and thanks to Director Burns' staff, extensive research on this lot. And it seems in conclusion that it may be tied to 4011 back in the day. And so in terms of the use permit that's on it. So if that is the case, then it wouldn't necessarily be available for use by this particular property. So that the applicant would have to prove that it's not part of tied to 4011.
And what's at 4011? Is
A
that
residential property.
okay?
The two were deeded together at one point, 4013 and 4011.
Okay.
And then they were separated. So but the issue is whether or not the use is still tied to 4011.
Councilman, thank you for that. But also that Mr. Lang has other options. That was just the most immediate, easiest one. But if you buy a house next to a parking lot, you don't expect a parking lot there, I guess. I don't know what to say other than that. And the neighbors are very nice people, but you bought a house next to a parking lot.
Mr. Lang, you indicated you got approval for spots at that location, at that lot that Councilwoman Ramos was referring to.
From the owner, the same owner owns the lot. The 4013 owns the garages that I'm leasing.
And do you have a lease for the lot?
I don't have it on record. The Hampton Community Council required that to verify the ownership, and I sent them information from the owner providing me with permission to use a lot. It's just a matter of formality, drawing up the contract to rent the lot.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Are there any final questions for the applicant from any members of the board?
No.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, folks, for your presentation. I appreciate all the information. We will, consider this. We take up deliberations. We're going to move on to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to next matter on the docket, case number 2021-217, 101 through 103 East 25th Street. Appellant is New Terra Cafe LLC. Is a request to add live entertainment to existing restaurant use to include the outside of the premises in the rear. And I'll hear from planning and staff.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property is located in the C1 zoning district, also in the Charles and 25th Urban Renewal Plan area, and is a proposal that is allowed by the Urban Renewal Plan. The concern that the department has about this application is for outdoor live entertainment. The specific proposal that's made in here is to increase the amount of live entertainment already allowed in the property to include outside of the building itself. The place where the outdoor live entertainment would occur appears to be a paved rear courtyard. However, the department notes that this building is not occupied just by the restaurant that would like to have the outdoor entertainment, but is also a multifamily dwelling, and therefore the rear may be required to provide off-street parking for residents of the multifamily dwelling. This is not clear from the application as to whether that is the case or not. The applicant, in the opinion of the department, needs to demonstrate that there would not be a deleterious effect of having outdoor live entertainment. The way that this property is laid out, basically there are walls on three sides of what would be this rear courtyard area where the outdoor live entertainment is proposed. And that basically would direct all the sound in one direction towards the south and east of this property, which is a residential area. And therefore, the department is concerned about the possible effect of sound from outdoor live entertainment on the residential area to its southeast. For these various reasons, the department is recommending disapproval of the portion of this application relating to expanding live entertainment use to the exterior of the restaurant structure. The department has no comment on the remainder of this application. Should the board grant approval for this application in its original form or as it may be amended by the applicant, the department would recommend that approval be subject to these conditions in addition to any conditions which the board may establish. A copy of the use and occupancy permit for the premises must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. Copy of the written approval by the board of the live entertainment provided on premises, including details of any restrictions or limitations on the live entertainment provided, must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. And a copy of all other permits and licenses required pursuant to the written approval of the board must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank.
As Mr. French stated, this is straight up conditional use for the board to review for live entertainment. We have 3 people on the line for opposition, and we also received an email this morning of someone who could not attend. Basically, we're aware the hearing centers, after centering numerous noise complaints of the existing Terra Cafe to itself and to Charles Village Benefits District and a 911, music and sound system DJ are far too loud and inappropriate for this area. We live a block away. Our house shakes and vibrates when the music is on, and it goes on to the late hours of the night. We are unable to drown out the sound in order to work, read, or rest. There are no venues like this nearby in an almost entirely residential small daytime business. Each call to Terra Cafe ended with rudeness, and staff made no attempt to turn the music down. I don't think it's fair to have listening to loud music. And as I said that, I should have had the applicant talk before I read the letter of opposition. So what
Katie, who signed that?
it was Teresa Bondi at 112 East 24th Street.
And they're referring to the music that's inside of the restaurant?
Correct. Now,
Okay.
my issue is I'm not sure who's here representing Terra Bondi Cafe. I'm sorry, New Terra Cafe. If you are here for New Terra Cafe, I have someone here in support. Terrence Dixon. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. All right. I apologize. I believe you had told me that once before. I just lost you in my chat. All right. So, Mr. Dixon, I've just made you a panelist, and you're unmuted.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. And also, I have my attorney, Mr. Robert DeShield. We've been on for quite a while, and he had to leave, but I have him on my phone now, and I don't know how that's going to work, but we're going to use the tools that we have.
Okay.
Great, very well. Tell us about your project, sir, and if you could include in your presentation how you intend to minimize the impact to the neighbor, to the residential area regarding.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terrence Dixon, the owner of Terra Cafe. We have had live entertainment at Terra Cafe for maybe 10, 11 years now. Okay. During COVID, just like everybody else, we had to use all the tools that we had to actually survive. We're a restaurant that is the cog of the community. Also, we employ about 20 people, so we had to go outside. That's what was deemed healthy for everybody. At that point, we have a little jazz. We have a jazz every Monday. We were having jazz every Monday outside, real nice, and it's a great blend because it's like from 8 to 80, blind, crippling, crazy. It's in with Clarence Ward in the session, and we abide by all of the actual, in reference to the sound decibels and also the timing. We basically have done all of that from day one when we were outside and when we were also inside too with the live entertainment.
Yeah, did I hear the question? Someone asked was the question how you were going to get involved?
Address the issues of the noise and sound and its impact on the neighboring residences.
Okay. Well, in the city, and what I suggested to my client a long time ago, in the city, as far as I know, the city has a noise ordinance. That's the only one that I'm aware of, and and I wish I could tell you I knew what off the top of my head what the various decibel levels.
64.
but it's different. It's different in different kinds of neighborhoods. For example, if this is a commercial neighborhood, so the decibel level is different in a commercial neighborhood than it is in a residential, and also the time. In some neighborhoods, there's a time restriction on the level of sound. So what I suggested to Terrence, to my client, when he essentially was forced to transfer his business from inside to outside, is really as part of the COVID protocol, trying to find a method of staying open and staying in business and keeping people employed at a time when restaurants were closing in the city almost 2 or 3 a day because they didn't have the option. And in that location, we didn't have the option of expanding the sidewalk, as has been done in many of the neighborhoods around the city. So the backyard, which was really just a parking area, I think he spent, I don't know, $50, $75, $100,000 creating this thing called the Jerk Garden, which is really an island motif that everybody loves, actually. But in terms of compliance with regulatory requirements, we do that by making sure that the sound level does not exceed that permitted under the city's noise ordinance. And I, with respect to neighborhood complaints, I don't know that I haven't been advised that there have been any, to be quite honest with you.
And to be very honest, not the challenge, but I'm on the corner of 25th Street in St. Paul. So for somebody to be 4 blocks away, that would rip out that 64 decibels. So in reference to the reality of it, I don't think that we're rocking it that much. And it is not an everyday thing. The event that we have was once, on Mondays, and then maybe once a month or twice a month, we would have another event, but it was never to the point of anything. And the other events, they even ended up a little earlier than what was the actual legal limit. But we've done everything in reference to making sure that we keep the noise down. And then also the covering in reference to how everything was designed in the backyard is with the plants. It absorbs a lot of the area because it's all enclosed in. If you don't walk by that little walkway, there's really no sound getting out because you have 2-story brick buildings that are all really compressing that sound within that whole alley and area.
Okay. What do you intend to operate or to offer the live entertainment going forward? What is your plan for when you would offer the live entertainment going forward? You indicated the periods of time that you had been doing it. What is your plan going forward?
Well, basically what's happened now, we've just recently gone back inside. So we are working inside and going forward, definitely abiding with all of the zoning codes and then keeping our neighbors in mind too. All right. We don't really push anything out heavy on your Sundays or anything of that nature. Monday nights we end at about 10:45, 11 o'clock. And that was that's the city ordinance. And, we've invited folks from the community. It's been a sunshine in the midst of everything else. It's been the first time that musicians and people have been able to get together in community and, really enjoy, all right, on this new COVID fatigue of where we're at right now. But
Well, the plan was changed, I think. I thought it was a change for live entertainment going forward. And the plan was to expand or extend live entertainment where it's currently permitted inside the building to the area I refer to as the Jerk Cafe.
yes,
The plan is to expand live entertainment to the exterior area called the cafe.
yeah.
And
Would it be offered every night?
No, well, you want to know what now that's the funny part, the definition of live entertainment. It could be something like poetry. It could be a sip and paint. It could be a meeting. It could be so many different things. And that's why when we actually wrote in the description, we wrote it in very much detail, well, best that we could. We wanted everybody to understand the live entertainment covers about a lot. And no, we don't. I wish I was that talented that I could bring that many people out. You know what I mean? These are the things that are saving businesses. Like you have so many businesses across the city. They're in other areas. They've done things of outside entertainment and the whole 9 yards. So these are the tools that are being used for us to survive now. All right. And
yeah, I just want to know how many nights a week you plan to have events outside with entertainment of any sort. I mean,
Maybe once or twice a week, if that. You know, like I said, I'm back inside right now. You know, it's 40 degrees outside. When the summertime comes, there'll be a few events, but we are a full service restaurant. Okay, we're not just a venue. You know, we sell awesome food. You know, we do a lot of community, and that's what we're known for. So,
would you be amenable to any conditions that, you know, limited your outdoor entertainment to 1 to 2 nights a week, as you suggest?
I wouldn't want to do that because right now we don't know where this COVID is going. Okay. If you don't have any idea of what it takes to manage a full service restaurant with 20 people and keeping this thing going, okay, I need all the tools in reference that are allowed by law for me to do and fight what I need to fight right now. All right.
Okay. So that's why I'm asking what are you
asking
asking for
that I
in
would
terms of?
limit it to 1 or 2 nights a week. No, I wouldn't because then it would become a contest or a conversation about whether or not if I have poetry inside 2 nights a week and then I do something jazz outside and then maybe I have a tailgate outside. Now I've broken the law.
Terrence, hold on
Yes,
one
sir. Yes, sir.
second. We're only talking about now the live entertainment on the exterior of the building. We're not talking about something to affect the current permits for entry. And right now, you in the garden, you have live entertainment on Monday nights. That's your jazz night.
Yes.
If I'm wrong.
No, that's
And
it.
you have some sort of live entertainment on Friday, Saturday, and sometimes on Sunday afternoon. Am I right? Or
No, not all of those. I don't book that heavy. Yeah. Those are some of the nights that it could happen.
Okay, so let me just be clear.
Yes, sir.
You would seek to have the opportunity, you would want the option to have live entertainment available for you every night, although you may not use it, depending on your schedule and how folks are coming in and out.
Well,
Trying to get a sense of whether or not you could potentially have something going on outside every night versus, you know, we're limited to, for example, if you were doing it on weekends, you know, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, then I would know, or we would know, you know, there would only be an issue, if at all, of live entertainment outside on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. That's why I'm asking. I'm just trying to understand what the scope of your
I definitely understand what you're saying. But one of the things also is this: if someone comes to me and they want to book an event, all right. If, for example, I have the emerging developers, they're booking an event for me. It's on a Tuesday night. They're talking about 30 or 40 people. See, I don't know when people are going to book, so I wouldn't want to be limited to that. What I would trust is that I've been in this community for over 20 years. Okay, in this part of my building, I've helped maybe 25 or 30 micro businesses grow. Okay, and we've all grown in the right way. All right, and I have been open in reference with the cafe for over 11 years, and never ever having any issues, any problems. Okay, and also, you know, nationally recognized in reference to the efforts that we have for our community. So I think that we are a good steward in reference to making sure that we handle, you know, the responsibilities of a responsible business owner in our community. All right. So that, you know what I mean? That I don't want to be limited. When I first started out, they limited me, and that's why I'm sitting with you right now. I had this fight 7-8 years ago. All right. For me to keep my business open, there's so many others that are able to do other things. It's a challenge. It's a challenge.
So
I have a question.
good. I
Yes,
just
sir.
want to make sure that everybody is also aware that there's a use and occupancy permit that has been issued. So it's a cafe, live entertainment with outdoor table service. We are here only for outdoor live entertainment.
Okay. Did you say
But
that
I
during,
have it already.
I have a question.
I didn't understand. I didn't hear the question, Terrence. What was it?
Yeah, excuse me. I just want us to be very clear. I have outdoor table service already. I do. I do. I have indoor
Sir,
and
I
outdoor table
just
service.
restated for the board to reiterate what
Yes.
Mr. DeShield put on the record. The only thing before this board is live entertainment outside. And one of the board members is trying to ask you a question. I just want to make sure that that was very clear.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. Yeah.
So during COVID, do I understand that you had live entertainment as a response to COVID outdoors?
Yes.
You did. And how did you get permission to do that?
How did I get permission to do what? In
To
reference to
offer
having live
live
entertainment?
outside? Huh?
I have live entertainment on the permit for the outside already. What happened is I'm doing it in the backyard now also. Okay.
Wait, you're telling us that you have a permit to do outside entertainment?
Your permit is for outside cable service.
Outside?
If it's permit for live entertainment outside, we wouldn't be having this conversation now. There'd be no need for it.
I can't hear what he's saying.
He said, but what Robert DeShiel says is that we're talking about the live. He said that if I had the permit for the live entertainment, if I am really pretty crystal clear that I do have the live entertainment license already. I'm not.
The live
Then why are you here?
that exists is for inside the building. What you have, Terrence, outside is the permit for the cable service.
We know that.
Sorry.
The question is, during COVID, I think you said you were having live entertainment outside. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you get permission to do that?
We had live entertainment outside. We were under the impression at that point in time, the outdoors, you know, when they had COVID, they allowed us to actually do things outside, and we did the jazz outside with the sessions.
Who is they?
Let me respond to that.
Please, okay.
As a result of the impact of COVID and in the effort to maintain the business operation and to operate with the maximum possible protection of the public, the decision was made essentially to move the business from the interior of the building, from which there was either limited capacity or no capacity at all, and to move the business as in its entirety to the outside. Our position was that was permitted because of the impact of circumstances beyond the control of anybody, including the business owner. We determined subsequently, however, that because what you could and could not do and were permitted to do and not permitted to do was under COVID, and the things were changing so quickly, it just made more sense and probably more compliant with applicable laws to actually seek permission officially to extend the live entertainment from inside the building to outside the building. And that's why we're here today.
And who gave you permission during COVID?
I don't think this was saying that anybody gave permission to.
Yeah,
Anybody had issued a permit or given any permission.
because he's on the phone, he can't hear you, Bill.
Obviously, that's not the case. If that were the case, we wouldn't.
I wouldn't be here now. We moved all of that business outside, so everything that we did inside, we tried to do outside in reference to stabilizing our business.
That's understood. We understand that. Bill, go ahead and finish your thought. What do you?
Once again, you moved your business outside during COVID. You already were permitted to do outside dining, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Where did you get permission? Who gave you permission to offer outside entertainment?
And again, if I can answer that as best I can, no one did that.
Thank you.
Operation, to the extent that there has been any outside entertainment or live entertainment in the dining area, is because of it's my opinion that the impact of COVID was an exigent and unpredictable and unforeseen circumstance, which allowed anyone to try to operate their business in a way consistent with both protocol and applicable law to the best of their ability. But however, because it became clear that the extent to which COVID would impact and how long the impact would continue was completely unknown, and it's still unknown even today. We cannot continue to operate under what I consider emergency circumstances. And so we had to seek the official permission to have live entertainment outside. It was my opinion that the emergency situation justified the response, and the response included carrying forward to the outside all of the elements that were utilized on the inside to make a successful business and to be able to operate and maintain the employment and those sorts of things. And so far as I know, there have been no complaints in that regard from anyone. Because it's been very, it doesn't mean it's right, but just means it's been done in a way to sufficient, just to be able to keep the doors open and to keep people employed, that's all.
Okay. All right. Is there more for your initial presentation, or do we have more questions from the board?
I'm done.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
All right. It looks like we have a Kwame Rose here in support. Are you aware of anybody else here that's going to be testifying in support before we move to opposition?
That's for the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Dixon, I'm sorry. Are you aware of anyone other than Kwame Rose here to testify in support of your application?
I'm not sure. I don't see a screen, the listing of all the people that are here, if anyone is here. And
No worries. I'll start with Mr. Rose, and then I've got people who are here to testify in opposition, but he's the only one who's expressed support. So thank you. I'm going to mute you right now, Mr. Dixon, so we can move on to the other people testifying, but you'll still remain a panelist, sir. Kwame Rose, you're unmuted. You said you wanted to testify in support.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, yes, I'm Kwame Rose. I born and raised in Baltimore. I've had a relationship with Terrence spanning back years and years from my time in the mayor's office and even before then. During COVID-19, I started running an organization's effort here in Baltimore called World Central Kitchen, where we have funded a number of restaurants to provide meals for vulnerable communities, and basically anybody impacted by COVID gets free meals from a number of our partner restaurants. Terrence, like he's always been, has been a leader in our program. He's helped support a number of businesses, both in his immediate area and beyond. I have a best friend from high school who just opened up a pudding shop, and the first person I told him to go to for advice was right down the street to Terrence. As it relates, we all know that COVID-19 forced a lot of people to figure out ways to keep their businesses sustainable. And one of the ways that Terrence was able to keep his business sustainable was to invest in redeveloping the outside. And I'm not sure if any of you have had a chance to go outside, but apart from Harbor East, there is no outside venue that looks the way that Terrence Dixon outside looks. It's an incredible venue just on an eye source. When you add things such as the live jazz or some of the other live entertainment, the poetry nights or the gatherings with a DJ, it's a beautiful space. It's in a business district. I have been there on a number of nights where the crowd is just people looking to have a good time, be socially distanced, and to enjoy a cocktail or some good food and hear some good music. And it would be almost what tried to happen to DC with go-go music if we were to not approve this outdoor venue. Terrence has been at that same corner for almost as long as I've been alive, and I'm 27. But the outdoor venue adds, I think, an extra element to this neighborhood, to this area, definitely to this business, because we also have to think about it in these terms. During COVID, artists were affected. Terrence was able to provide artists with an opportunity 1 or 2 times a night to come out, practice their art, but also keep some type of money in their pockets. So when we talk about the outdoor live music venue, we have to look at it from multiple aspects. Number one, is it harmful to the community in this instance? No, it adds value. Number two, is it helping artists in our communities stay employed, stay practicing their art? Yes. And number three, is this the nuisance? Is the crowd? No, people that go to Terra Cafe are working folks. Terrence is very strict on the time constraints. If you all have interacted with Terrence, you know he knows every rule in the rule book, and he's going to enforce it, and he's done that. And so, you know, as someone who has been to this restaurant multiple times for outdoor events, indoor events, you know, I haven't been there on an occasion where someone in the immediate area was complaining. And if folks are complaining, you know, the music is not that loud. I remember being at an event where we actually had to beg Terrence to turn the music up. You know, I am in 100% support of this gesture. Number one, because it supports artists. Number two, because Terrence has shown that he supports the community. And number three is because Baltimore, being the charm city, I believe live entertainment adds to that charm.
Thank you, sir, for your input.
Okay, I've got a Joshua Hurley and an Ebony Kent. Mr. Hurley, are you here in support or in opposition?
I'm here in opposition.
Okay, hold on one second, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Kenny, are you here in support or opposition?
I'm here in support.
Okay, then go ahead, Ms. Kenny.
Okay, I wanted to just come and kind of give testament to my history of experience, both with Terrence Dixon as a business owner in and around the community, and, you know, Terra Cafe itself. I first met him many years ago as a part of the Station North Community Association. And from that time to this, I've always seen him advocating for just businesses moving forward, developing, and being able to learn how to become and be a thriving business. I've seen some of the micro enterprises that he's affected. I've known some of the business owners that's been there. So I've just been able to see that change. And I've been to the venue even more recently, and I can just see the evolution of that whole corner. You know, usually that will, before then or very early on, that the sort of the liquor store that's on that corner was the focal point maybe. And I've just seen Terra Cafe just shift the whole nature around that corner. So you see that there's this growing affluent community happening right there. And, you know, you could go in there and see Dick Gregory at one point. And so I just think that what the work that he's about is very important. And I think, of course, supporting the artists, as the gentleman said, just always providing this sort of level of respect from the people that come and patronize the business is something that I've seen consistently every time that I've gone, and I've sent people and I've gone. And besides that, he's also serving healthy fare, which I think also speaks to just an awareness and evolution that he's sort of, you know, reinforcing in and around Baltimore. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so now I believe we're gonna move to opposition. So I'll pull Mr. Hurley back up. Mr. Hurley, you're unmuted, sir.
Okay, thank you again to the board for taking your time today. I've lived here in this neighborhood for about 8 years, and yeah, the music from Terra Cafe. I live a block away. I live on 24th Street. The music, it's loud. Where Terra Cafe is positioned, it's the back of it faces the alley, and in the alley, all of the neighboring houses, we all face the back of that building. Our back of our homes face the back of Terra Cafe. And the noise, actually, it's the opposite. It travels. It's loud, whether it's indoor or outdoors. Actually, I've called Terrence on numerous occasions complaining about the noise, and honestly, Terrence was very rude every time. He told me that he was following the laws, that it wasn't too loud, and that he had permission to do it. So after many attempts of trying to communicate with Terrence and to negotiate him turning down the music, whether it's jazz, whether it's a comedy night, they had a comedy night once, and it was loud. You could hear people laughing. The events, they don't end early. They actually go, he's run events that have gone well into 12, 1 o'clock in the evening at night. The people that live in this area are, it's not young people. It's all old and elderly and disabled people. And like the woman actually just mentioned, the only focal point here is the liquor store, because yeah, that's all we really have. There's no live entertainment in this neighborhood. And yeah, like I've said, like when they have had their DJ nights, it's been so loud that the music literally shakes my house. Like the vibrations are literally shaking my home. And like I was continuing to say, so after many attempts to speak with Terrence and to negotiate him turning down the music, I started to communicate with the Charles Village Community Benefits District, and they told me that I should call the police. So I have called the police many occasions. I call them anytime Terrence has an event. I end up calling the police because it's too loud, whether it's inside or out. It doesn't matter. It's too loud, period. And I understand all the good he does for, you know, for the people that he does. He does do great things, and the Jerk Garden is beautiful. I've seen pictures of it on Facebook, but the facility that he built for it, it's kind of cheap. I don't mean to be rude or offensive. I saw him building it. It's 2x4s and very thin sheets of plastic to protect the rain. I mean, that's not going to keep any noise in. And that's all I really have to say. It's too loud. It's always been too loud, and I don't think there's anything he can do to it to make it less loud. Like, especially when it's live music night, like jazz night. I used to play the trumpet. It's very hard to play a trumpet quietly, even if you have the suppressor in it. I forget what it's called, but there's something you attach to a trumpet to make it quieter. Even that is loud. So that's all I have to say. It's always been too loud, and it has been too loud. And it just goes on way too late. It's always gone on till 10, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, now moving on to Paul Weber. Mr. Weber, you're unmuted.
Thank you. My name's Paul Weber, and I am the Vice President of the CVCA. And I just would like to say that the Charles Village Civic Association would really like to stand behind Terrence and the new Terra Cafe, but we've asked to meet with him twice, and one time his attorney couldn't make it, and the other time he simply didn't show up. And we've emailed to schedule a subsequent meeting and haven't gotten a response from him. And as our last speaker noted, the community is also concerned about the music 7 days a week, as late as 1 o'clock, as he said. And on his proposal, it says it would end at 11 during the weekdays, 12 on the weekends, and 8 on Sundays. What we really want to do is sit down with Mr. Dixon and hammer out an MOU with him so that we can make it work for him and make it work for everybody in the community as well. We respect Mr. Dixon's tenacity in his business that he's been running for so long. We really love the Terra Cafe, but we also really love the community around the Terra Cafe. And I really believe we can come to an agreement if Mr. Dixon would come to the table with us. And that's about all I have to say.
Let me interject something here. We're on the opposition, but Mr. Dixon, let me raise with you the possibility of, do you have an interest in meeting with the community and seeing if you can come to an accommodation on what it is you'd like to do? Mr.
Oh, you
Dixon?
unmuted me. You unmuted me. You know, we've had that meeting already. You know, and I was on the board over there also, and I chose not to have an MOU.
Okay.
And know that you know what I mean.
Okay, that's my sole question. That's fine. We'll keep going. I'm sorry if Mr. Weber's still.
Mr. Weber, you are still live. Was that,
Yes,
did that conclude?
I'm here. I'm here. We would really like to stand behind Mr. Dixon, but if he's not willing to work with us, we're going to have to you know, not approve of the late night music.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Weber.
Okay, moving on to Lawrence Principe. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name, sir. Here we go. Lawrence, you're unmuted. Lawrence, we can't hear you. So what I'm going to do, since for whatever reason we're not able to hear you, I'm going to mute, and if you could just put in the chat, and I'm going to move on to the next person, and then we'll try to come back to you, sir. Next person is Christina Williams. Ms. Williams?
Yes. Thank you so much. My name is Christina Williams. I am the Executive Director for the Charles Village Community Benefits District. I just wanted to say that I myself have been to Terra Cafe on many a Monday nights for jazz night over the summer. It is a beautiful space, but our organization has relayed to Mr. Dixon several complaints that we have gotten over the last 8 months, and then actually over the last couple of years in regards to loud music. And so the concern being for the apartment building above our office, which is directly across the street from Terra Cafe, as well as the residents who are in the same block and the next block below 24th Street. We've gotten complaints about the noise. And this is even after the liquor board violation in June. So again, I will echo Mr. Weber's sentiments that we would love to talk with Mr. Dixon about creating an MOU where we can really make sure that the noise is kept to a minimum and the hours of operation are reflective of this community. There is a liquor store in this area and it only operates from 12 to 8. Not to say that Mr. Dixon has to follow the same hours of operation, but with limited business hours in this area, it is primarily a residential area. And so we would just like to also consider those who live in this neighborhood, in addition to those who get to frequent and enjoy the space that Mr. Dixon has built. So would just like to once again offer an opportunity to meet with him and discuss opportunities to come to an agreement.
You're muted, Katie.
Darn mute. Thank you, Ms. Williams. I've just muted you. Mr. Principe, I just tried to unmute you again. I know you said you were going to try to get it working. Is it working? It does not appear to be. I do know that Mr. Principe was here to testify in opposition, and I previously read to the board an email received from Teresa Bondi, a neighbor, also in opposition based on noise issues. So I'm going to look through here, see if there's any. I see no other hands raised. I'll go through the call-in users. I'm gonna, first thing, Mr. Principe, I'm gonna mute you just in case. So Mr. Principe, if you'd like to throw something in the chat in the meantime, we can do that. So call-in users, if you are here to testify in opposition, you hear two beeps, please speak up. Moving to the next caller. 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 Okay, no one has spoken up.
Okay.
So I believe that concludes our opposition testimony.
All right. Mr. Dixon, any final words on rebuttal?
And I just unmuted you, sir. Mr. Dixon.
Am I unmuted as well?
Yeah, you're unmuted as well, Daddy-O.
Okay. Yeah, I was heard, Terrence, would you like me to sort of make a closing statement here?
Yeah, I guess you can make a closing statement if you like. You know my position, Daddy-O. Okay.
I never want to say that between well-meaning people and well-intentioned people that an agreement is something that cannot be achieved. Unfortunately, when you met with I'm not sure which community association you met with.
I met with them.
I said, unfortunately, when you met with them, I was not able to be there, and so I didn't hear what was offered or not offered or whatever. But I don't think taking the time to sit, and whether it's an hour or a half hour, 45 minutes, I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't think it's. I mean, I've heard even from the opposition considerable support for the Jet Garden and for the Terra Cafe, and I don't think that. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that we may be able to find an accord that at least reasonably satisfies all concerned who have legitimate concerns. So
Well, Mr. DeShiel, let me just let you know the reason I interjected and offered that is we do find oftentimes that when parties both express a willingness to have a discussion, have a meeting of the minds, that there's some impetus for them to go off and actually do that. And procedurally, the way we do it is to postpone the matter to give that additional time to see if that can be accomplished. In the absence of that, then we'll simply proceed to make a determination based on the record that we have. But I wanted to offer that opportunity before we go ahead and render a decision to the extent that it is beneficial.
And I appreciate it because it's more involved than simply right and wrong or black and white here. Even if the decision is simply to approve the application as submitted, the fact is everybody involved is still neighbors. And so at the end of the day, what we want to try to accomplish is a relationship among the interested parties here. And we're not looking for a relationship that's necessarily mandated by law. We're trying to find, I think, a relationship that's the product of mutual respect and cooperation. So that's why I wish I had been available when the initial meeting started. I don't know whether I was in town or I don't know. I probably was playing with my grandchildren. But
well, what I would say is we're here now, and so a decision needs to be made as to, because we will entertain a postponement if that's something that's feasible and if there's a good faith effort, to meet and or not necessarily meet, but certainly communicate to see if that again some accommodation can be reached.
I know that they're in their close and in their rebuttal. Mr. Principe was able to put in the chat that he's in the 2300 block of Calvert, and even so far away, he hears the noise from Terra Cafe, especially the 6 illegal unpermitted outdoor events this summer. It make my house unlivable. Windows were shaking, could not work, hear my own music, television, neighbors, and I have called 311. When I went to Terra Cafe and asked them to turn it down, I was treated very rudely.
Okay, so here we are. I'm sorry, Sabrina, do you want to?
Yeah, I just want to say, Mr. Dixon, usually people use this time to rebut everything, but your lawyer has taken the time to not talk to us in your rebuttal, but to talk to you. So I would listen to him.
Because we're at the point where we have to make a decision on whether the matter is going to, go forward to its conclusion, which is through the board's decision, or if you'd like the postponement, we will do that and grant that because we need to move the docket along. So
Robert said do the postponement, so I guess do the postponement. Okay.
Okay, very well. We'll postpone this. Thank you for your time and good luck to you.
All right, now, thank you.
All right.
Good job, James.
Hey, what we do. All right, I'm going to move on to case number 2021-223, 3602 West Rogers Avenue. The appellant is Angela Henry. This is a request to expand live entertainment use to the exterior of the existing restaurant with liquor license, including outdoor table service. Here are the reports we have from planning and staff.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property is in the Park Heights Urban Renewal area. The Urban Renewal Plan does allow the proposed use, or does not prohibit it, more specifically. This property was last authorized for use as a personal services establishment according to records available to the department. The board did approve use of a portion of the property as a restaurant with live entertainment, subject to certain conditions. But there was no indication to staff that the use and occupancy permit was ever issued consequent to that resolution, and therefore that conditional approval has lapsed. The department notes that this proposal includes live entertainment in an outdoor seating area, and the application states that this outdoor area is used temporarily for 24 persons now. It does not indicate how many people could be present in that space if live entertainment, particularly amplified musical acts, were to be performed outdoors, or if there was to be broadcasting to patrons outside the establishment. The application does include details about proposed hours that live entertainment would occur. It states that 4 security officers would be present during live entertainment events. It does not provide details such as outdoor lighting, beyond noting that it actually exists currently. The application suggests the capacity of the indoor and outdoor areas combined would be between 100 and 200 persons. And therefore, in the opinion of the department, it's important to have adequate outdoor security lighting. There is no plan indicated for off-street parking to serve this proposed use. And the department is concerned about the possible effect, as was brought up in the previous application, of the sound on the surrounding area, the sound from outdoor live entertainment. Therefore, the department is recommending disapproval of the portion of this application relating to expanding live entertainment use to the exterior of the restaurant structure, due to the facts that, unlike for indoor live entertainment, there would be no structure to limit or reduce sound levels, and amplified sound would be directed primarily toward other commercial and residential properties. The department has no objection to the remainder of this application, and further recommends that if approval is granted, it be subject to these conditions in addition to conditions which the board may establish. A copy of the use and occupancy permit for the premises must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. A copy of the written approval by the board of the live entertainment provided on the premises, including details of any restrictions or limitations on the live entertainment provided, must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. A copy of all other permits and licenses required pursuant to the written approval of the board must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French.
The request is for conditional use live entertainment. It says to expand accessory live entertainment to the exterior of the existing restaurant in the district. Mr. French, I'd like clarification from you. Do they have an existing live entertainment use permit that was issued for inside?
We do not have access to such a permit if it does in fact exist. We simply noted that the board did approve this use back in 2013, but there is no record of a use and occupancy permit that we could retrieve issued pursuant to that decision. Therefore, because that was a conditional use approval, the department believes that that conditional use approval may have lapsed, and therefore this is basically a brand new application at this point for this property.
All right, thank you. I just wanted, I'm going to give the board the permit history.
Yes, thank you.
So you have all of that. We have opposition also from Councilman Schleifer and from the Glen Neighborhood Improvement Association. So in 2013, the BMZA did approve to use a portion of the premises as a restaurant, including live entertainment, dancing, and carry-out table service. However, no use and occupancy permit was issued in conjunction with that. It was applied for and it was voided out. So the original live entertainment was never issued by a use and occupancy permit. There are in 2020, there was a final permit to issue as a bakery, restaurant, carry out, and bar. So the existing use is as a bakery, restaurant, carry out, and bar. There have been a variety of temporary permits that have been issued really since 2016, 2017, 2018 to hold events, to have entertainment. Those are considered one-day temp permits. But right now, the only authorized use is bakery, restaurant, carry out, and bar. No use and occupancy permit was ever issued for live entertainment. So that is live entertainment. It would be inside and outside. There is no expansion because a use permit was never issued for live entertainment. So I want to make sure that that's clear to the board. And we have Miss Angela Henry here as the applicant.
Good afternoon, Ms. Henry.
Miss Henry, I've just made you a panelist and you're unmuted, ma'am.
Hello.
Miss Henry?
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Tell us about your project and also tell us, have you had continuous live entertainment outside, or is it just these temporary one-day permits for events that you hold?
Just the temporary one day permits.
Okay. Or did you own the property in 2013 when the board granted that use, live entertainment? No?
No,
Okay. How long have you been in this space? How long have you owned it?
partner,
He's been here about 30 years.
yeah.
Can I?
About 3 years. We need your name, sir.
Yep. I'm Rick Leandry. This is my family, my aunt. So I've been trying to translate the emails that you guys send and et cetera, and assist them in this process. Her partner, Mr. Rayon Gray, has owned the building, I believe, almost 30 years. The business has been here 30 years. And she, my aunt, has recently took over the part of the business that, so I believe when we said expanded, we were thinking we still had the 2013 live entertainment thing, so we were trying to expand that. But
Understood.
Go ahead.
No, understood.
I'm sorry.
So now we all know and agree based on the history that it's a new use since it was never formally, granted, or at least the UNO was never issued. So it's you're seeking to have indoor and outdoor live entertainment.
So we haven't, so we're actually in the establishment now, and the restaurant part actually just has been completed. So the carry out, we already had the carry out, and what we understood as live entertainment would be anything with a microphone and a speaker. So as far as outdoor activities, we've been in full compliance. We've had some back to school rallies. We partnered with Principal Hunter across the street. There's a school close by. We do back to school rallies. We apply for a permit or a block party permit or a day permit, et cetera. And that's how we wanted to make sure we stayed in community guidelines. And that's how we were able to navigate some of COVID in our area. We also put an exterior window so that we can still serve food and keep, our fed and so where my aunt comes in is we knew in 2013 she didn't own the building, but her partner did. He's still a partner, and she's come in since we added a liquor license. So we've had a liquor license here about maybe 8 months, I believe, 6 to 8 months. We've been in full compliance, no complaints, no disruptions with the liquor board, and we just wanted to be, again, we wanted to do things the right way, have outdoor activities. We don't want to do them every day. We don't want to do them every week, just special events, and where it's to a point we don't have to keep applying for a day permit to have these outdoor events. That's basically where we're at. And we already have community events in our space. We have the business merchant area. We have a couple of neighborhood associations that actually come in here. And we were just thinking, like, if they wanted to have a holiday event, or if they wanted, and we have family fly up from the Caribbean that play steel drums or things like that. We just wanted to be able to present that every once in a while in the summer. It's not during the winter time. We don't want to blast music past 10 p.m. We want to work with Councilman Schleifer. If he, and I know Councilman Schleifer, if he calls me and like, Rick, it's too loud, we'll lower the music. Like we want to work with the community. So that's pretty much where we're at.
Okay. And would you mind spelling your full name, sir, for the court reporter?
Yes, no problem. R-I-C-K, Rick Leandry, Leandry.
All right, thank you. Any questions of the board for the applicant and Mr. Landry at this point?
Yeah, have you met with the Glen Neighborhood Association?
No, so the Glen Association is across Northern Parkway. to our knowledge. I'm not sure if it does cross over, but to our knowledge, it was across Northern Parkway. And I mean, the travel alone across Northern Parkway with the horns beeping, etc. We didn't see how that, like our music would be louder than that. One, but we have talked to Pastor Troy Randall. I forget the name of his community association, and we have talked to again Sister Israel, the business merchants. We talked to many residents in the area, but the Glen Association, again, we weren't aware that they were directly connected with this community. I believe we're on some kind of like borderline where it's like 3 different associations.
Thank you. I think you said that you have a really good relationship with the council person.
I wouldn't say really good, but he's a friend of mine.
Did you see his letter, which says, "I strongly oppose this"?
No, I did not. I didn't, and I haven't talked to him about this. Actually, I didn't know he was going to be opposed to this. We haven't talked about this at all.
Well, he's here, so when we get to opposition testimony, you know, he'll be here.
No problem.
Well, you know what? Let me just raise this issue, like we did for the last one, before we even get to the opposition. Given that you did know that Councilman Schleifer was, involved and apparently has some heavy opposition, and have not had a discussion with the Glen Neighborhood Improvement Association, would you like the opportunity to do that? I mean, it's your application, so if we go forward, we'll be ruling on that, and the record before us. But if you heard some of the last discussion that we had, we were offering an opportunity for folks to come together because in our experience that it helps and it bridges that gap.
And I'm happy to unmute Councilman Schleifer, if that helps as well.
Sure.
I'll do that really quickly, just see if that's easier.
Yeah, he's here, so let's give him an opportunity.
So
Yeah, here, do you want to
Schleifer,
elevate me on?
I just unmuted you and you're a panelist now.
Okay.
Hello?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, good afternoon, Councilman.
Hey.
You've been on, I guess, and you've heard maybe what I just said, Mr. Leandri and the applicant. We know that you submitted a letter in opposition. But we also know that there has been, it sounds like from what we hear, not the maybe communication that we would like to have had, before having a matter before the board and running a decision.
Sure.
So we are contemplating giving them the opportunity to meet with you, the community association, to see what it is they're seeking to do and see if there could be some accommodation.
Sure.
For parties.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm always happy to work with anybody to try to come up with a reasonable solution. I will say I think there's probably a lot Mr. Leandri is not aware of when it comes to this. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Ms. Henry either. I am aware of their business partner, and so I think there's certainly a lot they're not aware of when it pertains to those events. So if I may, I'd like to at least give some of that history so that they're aware and it's also on the record. And if the board decides that they'd like for us to meet after, of course, I'm always open to that.
Well, let's.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Who am I hearing?
This is Rick. Yetzi, would you prefer us meeting outside of this, or are you saying you want to present?
I think it's important that we go on the record. I mean, I've been on this call now for 4 hours, and the reason I've spent so much time sitting here waiting for this moment is because the amount of complaints I've gotten about this specific venue having outdoor events is at the level of what I receive when it comes to like the Moonrise Festival or other major festivals that are at the Pimlico racetrack. So if it's okay with the board, I would like to just go in, give this overview, and
I think that's I think that's fine. One, it educates the applicant, and also it's information we would not have to rehash if there is not an agreement reached and you come back before us. We would already have that testimony in the record. So if that's okay with the board, I would, Councilman was waiting. We'll have him go ahead and speak. Okay.
I'm sorry, you chopped in and out. Would you like me to go ahead?
Bill, what's that?
No, I'd love to hear what he has to
Okay,
say.
go ahead, Councilman.
All right, so I mean, just with the history here, and this goes back a handful of years. There has been, as Mr. Landry said, there has been events at this venue. A lot of them outdoor events. There's currently right now a stage set up in the rear of this property for outdoor events and concerts. And I'll take you back to the first one where I guess a lot of this history began. There was what started as a back to school event earlier in the day ended up being a large festival in the evening. I heard it actually from my house. I lived off of Green Spring Avenue, about 2 miles away from there, and I heard I heard the loud music, and received many calls, many emails from people asking what's going on at the Pimlico racetrack. So being that the music just continued on into the evening, I actually drove over to the racetrack to try to see what was going on. And I heard the music loud and clear, but there was nothing going on at the racetrack. So I simply followed the noise. It led me to this restaurant, led me to the 7-Eleven parking lot that's right behind it. And the music was the loudest that we've had at all ever in the district. So we have the Moonrise Festival. We have concerts when it comes to Preakness and Black Eyed Susan Day. And the decibel levels based on the decibel reading that we did at this event far exceeded any level of decibel reading in the actual infield during the Moonrise Festival and during a Preakness facility. So just to understand, that is the loudest music that we've had. Now, I'm not actually sure that this application even could proceed, being that this restaurant is 2 doors down from a church that also has school services. And so it's my understanding that if you're within a few hundred feet from school and education and churches like that, that you couldn't actually even have this kind of permit. But if I'm mistaken, that's fine. But that address is 3606 West Rogers is that church. This address is 3602. There's only one house in between those two properties. And being that this is in the middle of a neighborhood, the sound issues are certainly amplified. I will say also that, there's actually been a lot of action taken as a result of these festivals. The health department actually has changed the way sound variances are awarded specifically because of this establishment. And so back then there used to be a very simple process in which it would happen. Now they've actually added on layers to that application so that we and the community are aware of these things and could actually weigh in prior to them being issued. Simply because at that event that I was talking about, I went out there myself. The police department obviously received many calls about it. There were security there. Some of them were off-duty police officers that essentially ran interference, preventing the officers who were on duty to actually enforce the law and enforce the sound variance. And they provided some permits that they had. The permits were indoor permits, and they also had back to school permit. I actually have a copy of these permits that they had, and they basically were operating outside of that permit. And the music went on to the wee hours of the morning. When I had gone out there, if I recall correctly, it's been some time, it's probably in the 10, 11 o'clock range. I was told originally when I went out there that it would be turned off right at 11 p.m. I personally was out there till after 1 a.m. The music did not end. It continued. And so the liquor board was aware of that. The health department was aware of it. It was actually quite disturbing to the entire community, which is why the Glen neighborhood has weighed in on it. And which is probably why, I mean, I haven't seen any letters of support from anybody on this, but it was quite disturbing, the amount of interruption that the community had. And there was also a nursing home that's a few doors up from this establishment also, and their residents also could not sleep because of that. And so when I look back and when I looked into it at the time and I saw this 2013 application, I noticed also that, it was for a total of 24 patrons. And now, we're talking about 200 people. And of course, parking's a problem there. It is across the street from the Arlington School also. And there was a lot of disturbances there. There's actually people who were parked at that event that were parked on the lawn of the school. And also many cars that were parked illegally, a lot of them were ticketed at the time. But there was a lot of issues around there and a lot of disturbance. And so, you know, I'm happy to work with any business. I want to see businesses like this one succeed in the community. You know, there are other external factors that are problematic, that are beyond the control of the establishment. There is open air drug dealing right there on the corner. It's not the fault of this business owner at all. However, it is something that, you know, if more traffic is brought to this location, and more people, certainly that issue is going to be amplified. There's been over 70 calls for narcotic sales for that specific area right there over the past couple of years, and there's just been a lot of issues there. And so I don't fault this operator for the narcotic issues because it's not their fault. However, the live entertainment that they have had there operating outside the permit, and also their unwillingness that even when it was becoming an issue, to actually honor, to even end it at a reasonable time, even ending it at 11 o'clock, and they continued beyond that, even knowing that it was causing such a great disturbance, just shows me that you know, that this would all around be a bad idea to have live music, and there's simply no way, if you know the property, to shield the nearby community, the surrounding communities, from the noise if there were to be outdoor entertainment. So that just sums up what's going on. I'm going to have to switch over to be on my phone because I have to go to an event, but I'm happy to answer questions.
If anyone has any for the councilman.
No, I'm good.
Okay, I think we're good, Councilman. Thank you for that information. More importantly, you know, the applicant has it, you know, now and can consider that. But
I would have some questions if possible.
Well,
Oh,
hold on
sorry.
one second.
Yep.
I don't have any questions for the councilman either, but if indeed this does go to a postponement so that the parties can get it together, I wanted to give the councilman a moment to switch to his phone so we don't make him late, because we might
Sure.
get him to talk about something even if it's not questions.
Okay, I will switch over right now. Thank you so much.
This is for Ms. Henry and Mr. Leandri, because the councilman was waiting for a while, and it tends to be sometimes difficult, given their busy schedules, to get councilmen in when they wish to be heard. But it was important that, you know, we give them the opportunity to do that. But again, the offer, you know, is there for you if you would like to postpone, to take advantage of the opportunity to speak with the neighborhood associations, speak more with the councilman, you know, to see if, again, what it is in your interest, what you'd like to do, you know, can be, you know, reach an accommodation, you know, with these groups.
Sure. So, to our knowledge, I mean, that would be the only association that we don't have support from. I mean, we have, I don't know if our callers called in, but we have, again, we work on May Rose also with World Central Kitchen. We provide over 300 meals weekly for that organization.
You know, and I'm not disputing any of that, and certainly we can take that into consideration. But given that they are the opposition in this case, and we've heard some, you know, some weighty information just now from the councilman with regard to the history of the location.
Right.
Again, it's just an opportunity, you know, for you to, I think, benefit your application to see if you can, you know, take advantage of that opportunity to speak with these folks and you know, try to reach some agreement so that hopefully there's a win-win.
For sure. And I just wanted to, how long is it going to be before he gets back on? Because I just wanted to address that. We don't want to go all night, and we don't want to have
and so you can have that discussion with him, but if it comes to us, we'll have to make a decision if we don't postpone it. And so that's why I'm letting you know now. We need to get a decision from you as to whether or not you'd like to postpone it or get a result, you know, from us today.
How long is the postponement? How long do we have? Because we've been waiting for months.
Yeah, I don't know whether I don't know what I mean, is available next, Katie.
Yeah, you could, if you can work out something, we can put you on the next docket, which is December 14th. So that's 2 weeks.
Okay.
All right, but what I would want you to do is change your sign so that it says December 14th. Meet with, obviously the councilman. We received, the Glen Neighborhood Improvement Association also, was in opposition. So obviously Councilman Schleifer is the first person you should reach out to, and then definitely the Glen neighborhood.
Okay. So as far as our communities of support, we don't need to address them. We just going straight to.
Well, I mean,
Well, the support is, we know you have the support. They've either advised us, or we have their letters, or, you get that communication through you. But, I don't want to suggest that it's just a matter of whether you have more support than opposition. We have to take into account, what that opposition is. And more importantly, it's always better for applicants to come when there's little or no opposition. So it's more likely to be favorable to them. So, yeah, I mean, we offer it as a benefit to the applicant, frankly. If you'd like to postpone and see if you can work it out. If you can't, then you come back and we do what we're doing now.
Okay.
Okay.
And Mr. Rose had stayed on in support, so obviously he'll, still communicate with him as well.
All right. We had a Miss Israel too, who runs the merchants, the business merchants. She wanted to speak and support as well.
Yep.
Okay.
So I still have her.
But again, I let Councilman Schleifer speak because, it's hard to get him. And so we have that at least in the record, and he wouldn't, if we have to come back, to have a full hearing or the remainder of the hearing, then it wouldn't be necessary to have him back at that time. So if you like a postponement, we'll grant it.
Yes, we request a postponement so I could talk to ENT. That's fine.
Okay. All right.
Very
So
well.
We'll put you on the 14th then, December 14th. We'll reschedule you for that. So just make sure you update your sign with the right date.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if you need some assistance in reaching out to the Glen Neighborhood Improvement Association, certainly we could help facilitate that, or certainly the councilman can as well.
For sure.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you, folks, for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. So 2021-223 is postponed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
how about a quick break?
Sure, Bill. That'll work.
We only have, yeah, that's fine. We only have
We got
two more.
two cases.
Mm-hmm. But that's totally fine.
That work?
Mm-hmm.
What? Hey, what work?
Oh, you can tell.
Am I unmuted?
We've got.
Am I unmuted?
Oh, something
I'm not
is
sure who
going.
I'm hearing.
Somebody not muted. All right. I'm gonna have to. Let me fix that. But I think it's not exactly sure. But let's take a break so I can figure that out. How about that?
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Go ahead, Bill. Everybody,
Okay.
we'll be
Yeah,
back in
5 minutes.
5-7 minutes, something like that.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna skip over a couple and come to the Foster Avenue case. So we'll call the case of 2021-271, 2703 through 2709 Foster Avenue. Michael Burton is the applicant. This matter involves variance to bulk regulations related to new construction of a 2-story plus basement apartment building with 28 multifamily dwelling units and 22 off-street parking spaces. The variance is required for off-street parking and for the required number of bicycle spaces. Now, here are the reports from planning and staff.
Thank you. Planning Department has no official comment on this application, but does note the applicant's proposed building would need to meet standards provided in the design manual, and its landscaping will need to meet standards provided in the landscape manual. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have the project needs two variances. The first is a variance to off-street parking. There are 28 spaces that are required. The project will be providing 22 spaces, so they need a 6-space variance. They need a variance to off-street bicycle parking. 7 long-term spaces and 2 short-term spaces are required. They're proposing 0 bicycle spaces. So they would need a variance for 7 long-term spaces and 2 short-term spaces. They have a letter of support from the Canton Community Association. And I've made Mr. Lundberg, who is the applicant, a panelist. So Mr. Lundberg, you are unmuted.
Great. Good evening, everybody, or good afternoon. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate it. Just one clarification. We're not seeking a variance for the bicycle parking. We would be providing bicycle parking as required. So,
Okay.
yeah, so
Okay.
I mean, that might be because it wasn't showing up in the plan, but we will be providing the required long-term and short-term bicycle parking spaces.
So then the only variance you're seeking for this project is 6 parking spaces.
And the lot area for the residential units.
And what's the variance you're seeking for lot area? I didn't have that on my.
Okay. So for 28 multifamily dwelling units.
If I may,
Mhm.
the
Yes, please.
lot area calculation, this is zoned R8. They would be required to have 20,625 square feet of lot area. The lot only encloses 14,286 square feet. They need a variance of approximately 30%.
So a 30% lot area variance
Yes.
and 6 parking spaces. Got it. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, and then otherwise, Katie, I mean, nothing else really to add beyond the application material been submitted. We did have a pre-development meeting with the planning department previously on this. We've reached out to neighbors on all sides of the property with really positive and encouraging feedback, and we've gotten the support for the variances from the Canton Community Association, and you have that letter in hand.
I do, and I believe you also had another individual here in support, but he might have had to jump off.
That might have been an Eddie, I believe.
Eddie, yeah, Ed
Muller, I think.
Ed Muller. Yeah, I believe he had. Let me see if I can find him. See if I have. Yeah, I think he was ready to testify in support, but I think he had to leave. I'm sorry, I'm just searching back. But yeah, it was Eddie Muller who was here to testify in support. So Mr. Muller, if I'm looking for you, I don't see him here. If you are here, obviously feel free to raise your hand and I can always go through the call-in users as well. But yes, so you had a neighbor that was here to testify in support.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Miss Epler who is here to testify in opposition, and then I did just get one other person that had a question about the project and wanted to speak. So Miss Pamela Epler is the first person in opposition. So Miss Epler, you are unmuted, ma'am. Miss Epler? Miss Epler? Okay, let's skip to the next person and I'll try to get her again. Hold on. That was definitely her. So let's jump to, hold on one second. Let's see. All right, so we did get Eddie. Eddie Muller lives in Canton Mills next to 2701 Foster, a member of the HOA Board of Directors, and the project has his full support. So that was from Eddie Muller.
Okay.
The other individual was Lydia Obang. She's now heard what the variances that they're seeking, and she no longer has any concerns. So, Miss Epler? Miss Epler? Oh, Miss Epler! Can you hear us? Miss Epler?
She's typing away.
She's typing away and she can't hear us. But I'm gonna keep her on. She gave me a long Let me try to chatter. Let's see, maybe if I make her a panelist. I can't actually, it's how she's come in. She's only in as an attendee, but she did type a long chat. So I'm going to read the long chat. All right. She says she spoke with Michael Burton and he conveyed his side and asked me to agree to the project. I would like to help him, but the reality is I do not feel that all the options have been explored and that the parking issue and safety on the street is in the best interest of the community. He relayed that he has support from homeowners in the area, but he can't provide the names. I would like to have the opportunity to collect names on a petition in opposition to this proposed apartment complex. I understand that he wants to build and provide something good for Baltimore City, but perhaps new townhomes, which are very much in need and in demand, would be a better option. He said the homeowners association would not allow him access to the alleyway, but he had not explored a proposal for developing a small kids park in exchange for alleyway access so he could build townhomes that would have at least 2-car garages and would not put a strain on street parking, which is already the max in that area. She stated that like there are no townhomes in Canton to purchase, and there is no available land for such a development in Canton. Ms. Epler. All right, it looks like we have one other person here in opposition. Let's call him really quickly. I'm gonna mute her again. Hopefully I've sent her a chat. I got nothing. Let's see. Mr. Grimes, I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you and then we'll go through the call-in users. Mr. Grimes, you're unmuted,
Hi,
sir.
can you hear me?
Yes.
You can, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just would like to echo Ms. Eckler's sentiment. I'm a neighbor of the property as well, and I just feel it's too small a space for that many units. And as well, parking is a major concern in this part of the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go through the call-in users really quickly. If you're here to testify in opposition of Foster Avenue and you hear 2 beats, please speak up. Next caller. And last caller. None. So I'm going to try Ms. Epler one more time. Ms. Epler? Ms. Epler?
Has she typed any more than what she had previously?
She is not. And here we go. She has, but for whatever reason, I guess she's not able to speak. She says if you developed it with townhomes with double garages, that would not negatively impact the street parking, and it would at least half the number of cars of traffic if you had 9 to 12 townhomes there on that lot. So that's what she's put in the chat. And it looks like another one at 502. I appreciate Michael as a builder and developer, but I need to represent another side. I grew up in Baltimore County, have been on a transportation board, and have run as a volunteer EMT on an ambulance. I'm concerned about traffic increases and safety on Foster. With a 28-unit apartment building, I'm not saying that the lot shouldn't be developed, but perhaps there is a way to develop without increasing on-street parking problems and increasing traffic. With a 28-unit building and only 22 parking spaces, it will overtax the already crowded parking on Foster. Usually in each apartment, there will be 2 cars that need to be parked. 28-unit apartment complex would require 46 spaces. And yeah, that's.
And Katie, sorry if I may, I do have Michael Burton on the phone as well. So Mike would like to wait at some point. Just let me know when the time is.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Epler says, I guess So Ms. Epler, I'm going to unmute you. I would like you to try to speak because we could hear you typing before.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yay, it worked. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So would you like for me to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I can appreciate that Michael Burton would like to build on this lot on Foster Avenue, but I do not believe a 28 dwelling apartment building is the best use for the lot for the neighbors involved and Baltimore City. I would like to propose new townhomes on that lot in lieu of the apartments for the following reasons. The main one being that having a 28 dwelling apartment building, he only has 22 off-site or he only has 22 spots for those people to park. The rest would be on-street parking. And already on Foster Avenue that parking is already maxed out. It's already difficult for people to find parking. Usually in an apartment building, each apartment usually has 1 to 2 cars. That would mean that if you averaged it out, 28 dwellings with 2 cars, that would be 46 spots that somebody might need. Now, on average, maybe not, but I don't think that 22 off-street parking spots will be enough for a 28 dwelling apartment building. And I also am concerned about the increase on the traffic on a one-way street on Foster Avenue with a 28 dwelling unit. I am coming from a perspective of someone who has served on a transportation board before, someone who has run fire and rescue as an EMT volunteer on an ambulance. So I have seen a lot of things, and I don't think the safety is in the best interest of that community. I think that the lot needs to be developed, and I can appreciate that, and I think that that would be great. And I had spoken with Michael earlier about the possibility of developing townhomes instead of just apartment building, and he said that if they were to do townhomes, that they could get maybe 9 to 12 townhomes in there, but that the association next door with the homeowners association next door, where there's a 32 unit of townhomes there, that there is an alleyway that he said they would not grant access to, and that he would need that in order to build that apartment complex. If that is the case, I don't fully understand that, but if that is the case, then perhaps if he wanted to do a trade-off, I don't think that there's any harm in proposing that the plot of land that the homeowners association owns, that is grass area, that if the builder were to say, we would trade off, we could build a playground for the kids in trade for use of that alleyway that you own. And because he was saying that the association didn't want them to use that alleyway because they said that that's where kids play. Well, I've been over there many times and I have not seen kids playing in that alleyway. And I quite frankly think that would be very dangerous because that's where cars drive. So if he were to propose maybe building a playground for the kids on that plot of grass, that perhaps the homeowners would say, okay, you're right, that's not safe for kids to be playing in that alleyway to begin with, and having a playground is a good option as a trade. That hasn't been looked at, and that's what I would propose, is new townhomes instead of an apartment complex And the other thing that I would say is that I think that having an apartment complex like that will put greater strain on the sewer and water lines that are already aging in Baltimore. So like if you had townhomes instead of a 28 dwelling apartment building, which I know is not as large as say the Porter or other apartment buildings over in Brewers Hill, I understand that, but even a 28 dwelling apartment building, that's a lot of, even if you were to put in partial new lines to the street, you're still tasking older aging lines for sewer and water. And at least with townhomes, you would have half of that amount of strain on the sewer and water lines versus 28 dwelling unit of an apartment building. Anyway, I enjoyed talking to Michael. I can appreciate his perspective. He had said that he had worked diligently with the neighbors and with the homeowners association of that 32 complex townhome development. However, the people that I have talked to in that area, and I walk Canton all the time, I do not, I have not heard that they are aware of this apartment building going in. They were aware that the bank was up for sale, but they were unaware of the of any apartment complex going there. So I asked Michael, I said, who was it that you talked to? And he said he had a letter from the homeowners association. Well, that could be, a few people from that homeowners association. I asked him for names. Can you give me names of people who are in agreement to this, these homeowners that you say are all in agreement to this type of development? And he does not have names on the list. So I would like to go myself and collect names, because the only way I knew about it was I happened to see the sign on the bank that said that this was that an apartment building was being proposed and that there was a public hearing for it. And this was the first I had heard about it. And like I said, there are other people over there that are unaware of it as well. So I would like to have time to do my own investigation of the people who are there and get names on a petition for those who I have talked to who oppose this. And as much as I like Michael, I think he's a great person. I think he's probably done a lot of great things for Baltimore. And I, as well as a PhD student in education, plan on doing a lot of great things for Baltimore as well, and the kids and equity and so forth in Baltimore. I grew up in Baltimore County. So I think that we're both, wanting the best for the people and for Baltimore City. But at the same time, I think before we jump to something, I think we need to take a look at some other options that maybe have not been explored, and actually hear from more people than just the homeowners association or maybe the neighbors that he has talked to. Like I said, he has no names other than, the actual homeowners association. He says he has a letter, but I would like the opportunity to actually get names, or if I've had that opportunity and people are in agreement that this is the best option, then I think that I will then say I support it. But as I said, the people I've talked to in that area, they're unaware of it and they are in opposition to it. And I would like the opportunity to collect names, or at least poll the people to see who is in agreement and who is not. So I also want to thank you for listening and for what you do on your end. I know it's very tasking, and so I really appreciate you listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other hand raises? Let me look in the chat. Looks like we have one more. Farrell Brown has jumped up here. All right, Farrell Brown, you are unmuted.
Yes, we just had a question with regards to the number of studios, 1-bedrooms or 2-bedroom units that they're proposing. There was an initial proposal to the Canton Mills Association, and then there was a revision, but we haven't seen the final design documents back.
Okay.
Hi, Katie. Hey, I got Mike Burton on the phone, and he can weigh in on this.
Okay. Is he coming through you, or do I need to put him on?
He's coming.
I'm speaking on speaker so you can hear me. Can you hear me, guys?
Very, very faintly.
Can you hear me now?
That's a little better. Go ahead.
Okay. So I want to answer the question about 1-bedroom studios and 2 bedrooms.
Sure.
So we have 28 units, and we have, I believe, I'm going off of memory right now, but we have, it is 7 2-bedrooms, 7 studios, and the remainder are 1-bedrooms. So I believe I've got that right. So that is the answer to that question.
Okay.
And I will say that as we go through our design process and everything else and finalize, we're going to remain in contact with the community association over all final plans. We said we would honor that, and we will honor that with the community. I'd like to speak to the last person that was speaking opposition. I want to make it clear that that person, I spoke to that person for about a half an hour, Pamela, while this other hearings were going on. Pamela does not live in the neighborhood. I think that's very important that has not been a part of the process. I've spoken to many neighborhoods on Lakewood, on Hyatt Street, and then the HOA, as well as the community at large, and garnered their support. We revised our plans dramatically to make it so that the HOA that's to the east of us, that we do not block any of their view from their roof decks, so that our building is basically like theirs, or basically a 2.5-story building. So we're cutting into the side of our hill as well to lower our building so we don't block their view. We're enhancing the alley, which is also gonna, and when we do our project, PG&E is gonna have to enhance the telephone poles on that alley, which it looks like is gonna provide additional opportunities for residents who live on Lakewood to be able to have parking for their houses, as well as we're removing the curb cut on Foster, which is going to allow for 2 additional parking spaces for the community on Foster. So even though we're requesting a variance, we are enhancing parking for the community around our building. Really, that's really all to speak about. We basically have received the support of the overall community, are working very hard and diligently with the neighbors. Our neighbor directly to the south of us has an issue with an easement that we're also working with him, with our property, to help him out on the south end of our site. And so I feel like we're building ourselves as one of the community members when we do this project, and that is going to be for the betterment of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just one question. In light of what we heard from Ms. Epler, and I don't know how late in the process that consideration of a proposal, I'm imagining you've gone a long way to this design and what it is you want to build. And I'm thinking if you had intended, conceived of building townhomes, that's what you'd be building, as opposed to an apartment complex. But just for the record, have you considered other types of construction which provide purportedly less impact on parking?
For the record, so you need a 40-foot right-of-way for townhouses to face on. Obviously, a lot of developers have looked at this site, and the notion would be park from the alley side that shares Lakewood, face the houses over toward the HOA that's to the east. However, the HOA has a 5-foot strip of land that runs down along our face of our property that does not enable this property to be developed as townhouses. The planning department knows this. We worked extensively with the planning department about how to widen the alley so that the way we're parking our site, we're eliminating the curb cut onto Foster, because right now you have an alley, our curb cut, and then Belnor, all right within 60 feet. So from a traffic standpoint, that's actually not to norms having that. So we're eliminating that curb cut. And so it is not developable for townhouses. And it is developable for an apartment building. Obviously, we're well below the height limit for an apartment building in this site. And we're not requesting a rear yard setback. We're basically requesting for lot area and for parking. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you for that.
One last thing, we do intend, because our tenants, we found that not all of them have cars, and so our tenants have bikes, a lot of them. So we are going to provide inside of our building bike parking for tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've gone through all the opposition, right?
Yeah, so that concludes,
Good, Foster.
yeah.
Got it. All right. Let's move on to matter number 2021-263, 1901 Riggs Avenue. Marquita Harvey is the applicant. Request to use first floor of the premises as convenience store and one dwelling unit on the second floor. I'll hear any reports from you.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property is in, pardon me, the R8 zoning district, where a neighborhood commercial establishment may be approved by the board as a conditional use. The property itself does not have a record available to the planning department of non-residential use of its first floor, which is the area proposed for the convenience store. However, the department notes that the appearance of the building clearly suggests that there was in fact non-residential use of the property in the past. The department also notes that this property otherwise would satisfy the requirements for a neighborhood commercial establishment. Floor plan for the commercial use, for example, shows a floor area of 700 square feet. The maximum allowed is 2,500. Therefore, the department recommends disapproval of the application unless the applicant provides the board information showing previous commercial or other non-residential use of the premises. If the property is shown to qualify for neighborhood commercial establishment use, the department has no objection to the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. French.
Okay, Marquita Harvey is the applicant. Ms. Harvey, if you could hold on one moment, I just made you a panelist. We were able to find a land use card for a grocery store in 1960. So while there's nothing in the current system, right, because it only looks for use and occupancies going back to 2004, the land use card did identify a grocery store at this location in 1960. We have a letter of opposition from Ms. Ida Robb, who is the board president of Sandtown Winchester Condo Association, Felton Community Association, Western District Community Relations President. Her letter states the community is opposing 1901 Riggs Avenue to be used as a convenience store on the first floor and one dwelling on the second floor due to the following reasons. It's in a residential area zoned R8. The corner is known for selling drugs and young people hang out 24/7. We have 3 convenience stores within 150 feet of this location, and we do not want or need another convenience store. This business would be better suited in commercial areas such as North Avenue. The community suggests the premises be used as 2 apartments or a single family dwelling to blend cohesively and be consistent for a suitable area. I don't see Miss Inez here, but we can go through, obviously, the call-in users when it gets to that point. So Miss Harvey is our applicant and she is unmuted.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you guys for taking this time out to listen to what I have to say. I just recently purchased this property in September, and it was advertised as commercial in mixed use, and that's what I was interested in. It wasn't until we were down to the signing table when I'm signing the documents that it came back that it was zoned for residential. Before me signing, to buy the property, I did call the zoning board to see, what I have to do. Can it be, put back as commercial? And like the lady said, they did tell me that one time it was commercial, and then I had to, apply for the things that I applied for to get to this point. In order to make it commercial. I do plan on living at the top of the building once it's finished. The interest is two separate entrances to the property. The first floor, if you pictures of it, everything else, everything is commercial about the first floor. The second floor is a separate entrance, and it is residential. So I would love to open up a convenience store. And as I guess the council president stated, it is a residential block, but on that same block, on a half a block up, is another convenience store. A block away is a bar. So on that same block is different businesses. It's a gas station at the next corner. So I really don't see why it's been opposed to open up another residential area. That whole area, like I don't live in that area, so I don't know about the drug activity or things of that nature. But when I go to my building, like, cause I'm there daily, no one is hanging out on the corner of my property. No, I don't see people in front of the building selling drugs, behind the building in the alley. But if you go to the main street, which is Monroe Street, because it's off of Riggs and Monroe, you do see people up there. But where, I'm proposing the business be is nothing, no one in front of it, or even near it. Is just at the corner, the next block. Like I said, I do hope you guys do allow me to open up the business there. Yeah, like I said, I plan on living at the top part and having the business at the bottom part. And like I said before, it was once before a store, supermarket, a convenience store. So I just would like to turn it back to that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions for the applicant?
No.
All right.
All right, Miss Harvey, I'm going to mute you real quick, and we're going to go through the call-in users.
Okay.
All right, so if you are here in opposition of 1901 Riggs, please speak up. Next caller. Next caller. And last caller. All right, I don't see any additional hand raises, nothing else in the chat. So we have the letter in opposition from Miss Inez, Sandtown, Winchester, and Western District, and her other, and then the other association. So that's all we have for 1901 Riggs. And I'm going to unmute Miss Harvey.
All right, Ms. Harvey, is there anything else?
No, that's it. I never, and as before this meeting came, like I said, I actually, before me placing a sign, the person that I actually bought the property from, she actually still lived next door to the property. And I asked her, does she know of any like homeowner association people or anything that I can speak to, just to try to explain to them what it is that I'm trying to do. I plan on living in the top part and running the business out the bottom part. So essentially I will be there. It's like my residence as well. So, you know, it would be a community that I will be living in. So yeah, that's the only thing I have to say.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
All right, that concludes,
So we have one more, Springdale.
yeah, 2021-266, 342 Springdale Avenue. David Brandon's the applicant. His request to construct the driveway 33 by, is this 33 feet? I don't know what the 3 is.
I think 33 feet, 3 inches.
Okay.
Maybe that's it, that the inches might not be showing up. 10
Be
feet wide
accessed-
by, yeah.
To be accessed from the front. And we'll hear any reports we have from any of staff.
Okay. Planning Department reviewed this application. Noted that the characterization of what is proposed as a driveway is probably not an accurate description, as the apparent width of the building on the property, the residential building, is 34 feet. The lot is 50 feet wide. There does not appear to be sufficient space on either side of the existing house for a driveway to be extended so that the parking space that would be used could be on the side or the rear of the house that's there. Similarly, there is no record of a construction permit for a front yard off-street parking space on this site, and that would have, of course, required approval from the board in the first place. More significantly, the department notes that according to photos available to it, there is a curb cut that was made in the existing curb on the street, which was not given a permit by the Department of Transportation, which is a requirement. The applicant acquired this property in 2018 and did get permits for exterior and interior alterations in 2018 and 2019, but none of those permits appeared to cover any of this construction in the front yard of the property. So therefore, the department's position is that if the Department of Transportation has not approved a new curb cut at this location, the driveway cannot physically be created. Without a lawfully approved curb cut, there can be no approvable driveway. Therefore, the department recommends disapproval of the application because the purpose of the application is to attempt to legitimize an unpermitted paving of a portion of the front yard of this property for purposes of creating off-street parking in the front yard, which is prohibited by the zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank.
Following up on what Mr. French stated, it's essentially what the board would have to do would be to grant a location variance in the front and then a full 25-foot required setback. But as Mr. French stated, because the curb is gone, we don't have Department of Transportation weighing in as to whether or not they would grant a curb cut for the board to even make a determination as to whether or not it could allow the driveway. So, but because the work was done previously without a permit, they have to start somewhere. And if transportation were to give them the curb cut, they would need the setback variance and a location variance from this board. All right, so we have Chanel Brandon. I will make a panelist who is the applicant. So Ms. Brandon?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, hello, good evening, everyone. First, I want to say that thank you for giving us the opportunity to tell you this. When we initially began the process of getting this driveway, we had contractors come out. We paid an architect to do the designs. Somebody said they was a city worker, came out and said that everything was going fine. It was just different things because of restrictions, but everything was approved. So we were under the impression, because even though the other permits that we had prior to, we had contractors. So we were under the impression that we were doing everything within the legal ramifications to obtain this driveway. During the course of it, after the driveway was completed, that's when we get stop work, saying you can't do this work, and we get fines for $1,200. We pay the fines. We try to contact people. They tell us that we pay all your fines and reapply. And once you reapply, then you will be able to obtain your permit. So we did all that. We contacted a lawyer. We had an upcoming date for about the fines that we will still get if we don't fix the driveway, and that was postponed until December the 8th. So we've done everything that we could possibly do to try to fix this problem. Unfortunately for us, we got scammed and didn't know that the people that were doing what they was doing didn't have proper protocol. And talking now and learning things, we know that it has to be 2 permits, obtain a curb cut permit, and then the permit as well from the zoning. We also learned that we have to push the driveway back farther past the house, so we're aware of that. So all that stuff that has to be done to fix the problem, we're willing to do. We're willing to stretch the driveway and do whatever we need to do, but if nobody is helping us, then we don't really know what our aspects will be. Where do we go at from this? And I understand that they're saying you can go from the back door and go in the house, but you're talking about going in the back alley where you have prostitution in a vacant house next door. It's dark, it's not lit, it's just not comfortable. We have a disabled person in our house, so mobility is not going to pick them up from the back door. And we were trying to do a driveway so that we could put a ramp up the way that our steps was made to the side, and all she had to do was come from the ramp down in the driveway and get in the car. I myself also have a disability with steps and everything, so this will be essentially a help with me as well. I'm just trying to find out at this point, where do we go from here? Like, what do we do?
Can I make a suggestion really quick before we move on? I understand why she is where she is. So whoever you hired to do this work for you, obviously did you disservice. So I looked at your construction permit that you applied for after the fact, and there were 2 tags on it. 1, you needed to get a right-of-way permit from transportation, and 2, it couldn't go forward because you needed the setback variance and the front yard setback. We have a little bit of a chicken and an egg problem. So you don't get your right-of-way permit from the regular permit place. You have to go to the Department of Transportation and get your right-of-way permit first. So I think that is probably where you should start, because the board can't grant this if you don't have your right-of-way permit. So I know what happened to you here in the world of permits just by looking at the chronology, that you had 2 hard stops, right-of-way and zoning. And this part can't go until you have the right-of-way permit, ma'am.
Yeah, but and it's so funny that you say that, because when I contact people and I'm asking them, what's the process? How do you do this? No, you got to start here. No, you got to start there. So I'm not saying that what you're telling me isn't accurate information, but I'm just saying that I've been getting so much information that I don't know where to start. I could essentially get rid of all of it, but that's more money unnecessary. I'm thousands and thousands of dollars I've invested into this, and I was scammed.
Well, I can tell you that the best advice I've heard all day is what Ms. Byrne just told you, which is, because our hands are tied effectively. So you did what someone said to do. You came to zoning, you filed an application, but unfortunately, there's a chronology, I guess, at this point to unpeel this thing, and that first step, I guess, needs to be back with the Department of Transportation to get the right-of-way permit, because we don't have authority to grant it without a right-of-way permit.
And we can hold this open for you.
Sure.
So you can
So you don't have to do everything over.
postponement, so you don't have to start over. You've already paid for it. You can go to right-of-way permit. You can go to the Department of Right-of-Way and put in your right-of-way permit first.
Okay. And right away, is that something I do online, or I physically have to go in to do this?
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in the chat an email contact for you.
Okay.
And the link to Department of Transportation, so you can start there.
Okay.
So, and I do apologize for everybody that's hung on the line for this one. I know it was late for us to get here, but until Mr. French said that about the right of way, it didn't dawn on me. I'm sorry that we had a chicken and an egg problem.
Okay.
So would you like the postponement, ma'am, to pursue that avenue?
Absolutely. And then I have a question in the postponement and during this process, because I have court coming up for this where they're trying to instill more fines on me. So like, is it anything? I've already paid $12.50 in fines.
Now, do you have court or do you have an environmental control board hearing?
No, we have court.
Court. Who's the
Court.
attorney? Who's the attorney on the city side?
I don't know who the attorney is on the city side. On our side, my attorney is John Fox, and they postponed it. It was initially supposed to be back in I think October, and they postponed it until December the 8th to see if we could resolve this before then. So that's when we came downtown, and that's how we ended up with here. They told us we had to do a hearing. That's how we ended up here.
You just need to communicate to your attorney that the board has asked you to do something first, and have that attorney reach out to whoever the city attorney is, and the city attorney can reach out to me, Katie Byrne, for verification.
Okay.
Okay. Can I say one thing?
We don't know who you are, sir.
That's my husband.
I'm David Brandon.
Okay.
Okay, because we did all this because we kept getting the letters coming in. They say pay the fines and reapply. And each fine we reapplied, they kept denying us. You know, they kept denying us. So we wasn't replying. We wasn't doing the permit to the right people, because I think we was doing it through code enforcement or.
It was some environmental thing that we had to do a permit for.
Yeah, and then they say pay the fine, then reapply, and then we did it. They denied us. I'm like,
yeah, somebody named Tim something from environmental. They denied it as well. So I feel like I've done this right away up permit before. Maybe I didn't, but I've done more than one permit. I know.
So Tim Knight is the gentleman from right-of-way permits.
That's
and
we did that. And we did that. That's what I'm saying. And I got emails from him where he told me, no, it's denied because the board denied. I got all that confirmation. So I'm like,
I tell you what, ma'am, what I'm going to do is if you could put your email in the chat, then we're going to postpone this, and I'll get the information from Tim Knight, because we never got any information from Department of Transportation. So we're operating with half of the information.
Okay, I'm putting my email in the chat now.
Okay, so no matter what, then I'm going to send you a follow-up email, and I'm going to email Mr. Knight, and then we'll figure out what's happening with your applications.
Okay.
Because I don't see anything in permits other than to tell you to go to right-of-ways.
But you do know that I wouldn't know who Tim Knight is if I haven't already.
You are right about that, ma'am.
That's pretty clear.
Yes.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, we're going to postpone this matter for you, ma'am, and hopefully that can be. Hopefully, we can clear it up soon, and you can come back before us, and we can address the relief you need from us. All right.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Good night.
All right.
I think everybody was on the line.
All right. So that concludes that matter, 2021. 66. So that concludes the docket for today. We have to proceed to resolve these now.